Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the Iron Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Had Spider Mutation Quirk. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Reminder about formatting. U.S.J, monstrous talking powers, techniques. Let's finish this dialogue. Can it get any worse? During flashback thoughts. Pairing, Deku Ochako Uraraka Mina Ishido. Disclaimer, I don't own Boku no Hero Academia or anything else I will use nor I make a profit out of this. I am writing just for the pleasure of doing it. The following list has no relevance or impact on the story, I just wanted to add it. Spider-Man, Tom Holland Iron Man, Robert Downey Jr. Nick Fury, Samuel L. Jackson. Captain America, Chris Evans Hawkeye, Jeremy Renner Thor, Chris Hemsworth. Black Widow, Scarlett Johansson Doctor Strange, Benedict Cumberbatch Bruce Banner, Mark Ruffalo. Madam Web, Meryl Streep the Beyonder, Jeff Goldblum. Deku, the Green Spider, Izuku Midoriya. Chapter 1, Divergence. New York, above the skyscrapers. Now, promise me you will stay put until police arrives, okay? Playtime's over. A young man dressed in a red full-body suit with a white spiderweb decor asked with a chuckle as he watched the four armed robbers he had just defeated hang upside down from a light pole and tied in a giant cocoon of spiderwebs. I'll get you next time, Spider-Man. The leader of the four spat angrily, squirming harmlessly and unable to break free. Sure you will, Leslie. Spider-Man answered with a friendly laugh before waving at the store owner he saved and then swinging away at high speed just as the cops arrived. How did he know your name, boss? One of the man's lackey asked with a small voice. I have no clue. Leslie answered with a shiver that it was always bad news when the heroes knew you by name. Good evening, guys. How's weather up there? Could have hanged you a bit lower though, one of the officers said, hands at his hips, while he and his pal looked at the spider-themed hero handwork. I think it's Carl's fault, Captain. He may have made a snide remark too many last time. Damn it, Carl, the police officer muttered, annoyed. I'll take the latter, the rookie with him answered with a helpless shrug. Meanwhile, with Spider-Man, the young hero was now high in the sky, swinging at a leisure speed while basking in the golden red colors decorating the giant city whenever it was sunset. He was just passing in front of an emptying office building and waving at the occasional late worker there greeting him, when he saw the giant reflection of the disembodied head of an old woman he knew very well appear in front of him, big enough to cover the entire side of the tall skyscraper. Madam Web. Peter Parker, also known as Spider-Man the superhero, asked in surprise as he watched every reflective surface he met mid-swinging getting filled only by the woman's giant head as she followed him. It's a pleasure to see you again, Peter. I need your assistance. Can we talk? The head talked, and her voice echoed directly inside Peter's head. Of course. Where? The young man answered. Here, I will be waiting for you, the head replied, and the image for an instant switched to a still picture of the top of the Empire State Building. I'll be there, he promised. Few minutes later, top of the Empire State Building. When Peter arrived, landing gracefully on the side of the tall building and far away from every possible prying eye, the red-dressed hero used his powers to stick to the wall with both feet and his back while keeping his legs in a squatting position, and looking around he saw he was utterly alone. Madam Web, he tried saying aloud, unsure. I am here, Peter. You arrived just in time, the same female voice of before answered. What appeared before Spider-Man was the floating image of an elderly woman with gray hair tied in an austere chignon and sitting on a throne-like chair with dozens of tubes sprouting from its back in a shape resembling a spiderweb. She also wore an elegant dark red robe and thick red glasses. She was clearly projecting this image of herself as she appeared translucent. The tubes of her chair seemed to lead to nowhere and a small circle of floor made of black tiles stood under and around her. I thought that though you died. Peter muttered, looking at her with sad eyes once removed his mask. The me of this world perished, but I already found the right candidate to be the next Madam Web, as there is one iteration of me in every dimension. I can see and live through each one of them, so I never truly left you. But yes, for the small interval needed for me to elect the new iteration, I too missed you," the old woman answered with a tiny, gentle smile, and Peter felt a strange tingling on his cheek, like a gentle caress of a grandma to her favorite nephew. "You mentioned you need a favor, what is it?" Smiling at one of his many mentors, the young hero asked immediately. "As you may know, my eyes, while blind, never left me unable to see things in ways normal people can't even comprehend, and my prescience warned me of a divergence that will spell disaster in one of the many dimensions housing different iterations of this world," Madam Web declared. "A divergence? Of what kind?" Peter asked. "Fate is a fickle thing, contrary to what you mortals may believe," a new voice asked as another being appeared sitting next to Peter, sitting in his exact same position at that. "Was?" Spider-Man gurgled out in confusion, because very few people beings could fool his spider sense. One of which was that man sitting next to him that everybody knew just as the Beyonder. "Good evening to you too, Spider-Man," the man greeted him, nonplussed. "As I said, fate is a fickle thing. It usually takes just enough force of will to make her change idea about somebody's destiny, thing that never ceases to create this sort of issues, let me tell you," Beyonder finished saying, giving a hearty chuckle at the entire idea. "Unfortunately, things are more difficult than what my friend here may let you to believe. In this iteration I am speaking of, a symbol of hope was mistakenly ignored, meaning that when the moment came in which he would have fully took the mantle of said symbol, that he was neither prepared nor alive to fulfill his destiny," Madam Web explained. "Oh, so you want me to save this young hero?" Peter asked, confused. "We need you to train him in the ways of the Spider-Man, so that when this refusal happens, he will still have the instruments needed to ensure he will fulfill his destiny and become the beacon of hope he is fated to become," Beyonder answered. "And what about stopping this refusal from happening altogether?" Peter, "That is sadly a necessary evil. The one that will be chosen in his place is fated to be the icon of justice and will need the power that will be given him to become that. That world will need both heroes to face many of its darkest days," Madam Web answered while shaking her head slightly. "That until the time will come for them to choose their own successors, but until then, if the beacon of hope fails, the icon of justice too will follow. Everything hangs on your decision to help us or not." Beyonder added, "You are not giving me much of a choice." "But why me?" Peter asked. "That world has not a Spider-Man in it, and once divined the identity of the beacon of hope, I immediately thought about you. You two share a similar heart, one heroic and noble in ways many underestimate. Since there hasn't ever been a Spider-Man there, it means that it's finally time for one to appear. What do you think, Peter? Can you help an entire world gain the hero they need?" Madam Web answered. "How long will it take? I can't go away for long, nor I know how I am supposed to mentor him." Peter answered. "Have no fear, Peter. What we need of you is the initial training for the boy, both physical and spiritual, to initiate him in the way of the Spider-Man. Everything else will be up to him to discover. As for the mentor, that won't actually be up to you. There are many ways for somebody to find a mentor, some of which may surprise even you," Madam Web answered, making him groan at her usual mysterious manner of speech when it came to details. "So, how long do I have to train him?" "1 year," Beyonder answered, amused by the boy's horrified face. 1 year? Isn't it too short?" Peter asked with wide eyes. "As I said, you only need to direct him towards the right path. He will need to walk through it alone, though, just like it was in your case," Madam Web answered. "I get it, I will need to ask for help to Mr. Stark though. I mean that I need to skip dimension for 1 year." Peter said, unsure. "Explain to him then. You can ask for help to whoever you want of those Avengers of yours. Also, when you will be ready, use this to reach the boy and then come back. We'll be there waiting for you as soon as you arrive," Beyonder said while giving Peter what looked like being just a black and utterly smooth disk of rock. "And what is this?" the young hero asked. "Talk to the Sorcerer Supreme, he will tell you what to do." "Mr. Strange? Okay then. You sound mighty worried. Don't be afraid, I assure you that you will see enough of yourself in him that you will subconsciously know what to do and how to do it immediately," the Beyonder said with an amused tone. I'll trust you on that. So he too has spider powers? Is he a totem as well? Peter asked. Whether or not he is worthy of becoming one will be decided when the time comes. Once the 1 year pass and the refusal happens, he will be tested, and the result of that test will determine if he is finally ready to start his path as a Spider-Man and future beacon of hope. Do not fret, let everything come at the right time, Peter. Madam Web answered. So, he won't get his spider powers until after he has been tested and succeed? His mission is a very important one, but he also need to be ready, so there is no room for mistakes. In a way, you can simplify it like that if you so wish. Beyonder answered. I will do my best then for him and his world. Peter finally answered. Thank you, Peter. I knew I could trust you. Madam Web said with a happy tone as she and Beyonder rapidly faded away, leaving Spider-Man alone once again. When you are ready to go, snap the pebble in half. When the 1 year time limit is over, you will come back to this world automatically. Beyonder added before disappearing completely. Big deal, it's not like I had any chance of refusing, the young hero muttered, sighing. It seemed like he had a long call to make. The next day, Stark Tower, unofficial Avengers HQ, Tony Stark's bedroom office. That's so you got your first job as a mentor? Tony Stark, super genius billionaire, said as soon as Peter finished retelling what transpired between him and Madam Web. Tony had been stuck in bed for pretty much 2 years after the final battle against a mad alien called Thanos that had managed to snuff half the lives of the entire universe with a snap of his fingers thanks to a godly gauntlet housing several gems of near-infinite power. When Tony had managed to build a similar gauntlet attachment for his Iron Man's armor to use those same stones and counter-snap things back to normal, he pretty much died. Or as Stephen Strange, the Sorcerer Supreme, stated, the man had remained stuck in limbo between life and death for almost 1.5 years before waking up from his coma in a seriously weakened state. Luckily, Tony was a genius. A bit of body scanning and lifelike holograms and the man could still run his company like nothing ever happened while confined to his bed. He could even maneuver one of his armors remotely so to also keep being a hero. Pretty much, Mr. Stark. Peter answered, uneasy. And in another dimension too, impressive. Bruce Banner, also known as the Hulk, added, truly, other worlds have recognized your might. You should feel proud for getting this far while so young. Thor, god of thunder, and finally back to his old muscled physique instead of fat, said with a loud laugh. I still think that putting the sake of an entire world on your shoulders alone is a bit too much. They pretty much coerced you. Natasha Romanoff, aka Black Widow, admitted with a more tense tone of voice. The problem is that he accepted, and knowing the Beyonder, we cannot risk some dangerous, petty retaliation should the boy step back now. Nick Fury, a black man wearing an eye patch, said while frowning. You are screwed then. Clinton Barton, Hawkeye, commented with a snort. Thank you, Mr. Barton. Spider-Man sarcastically muttered in answer. Spit it out. Tony said, knowing something was off with the young man. Why is everybody here? Peter finally asked, having found strange that every member of the Avengers had been there waiting for him when he arrived to talk with Tony. When you called, Parker, I was here checking that Tony was not doing anything stupid before he fully got better. Nick Fury started answering. But I am bored. Tony interceded with a childish whine. Exactly. So when you called, the call was put on speaker since he obviously did not want to ignore a call, especially yours. While I wanted him to not answer, so I heard you ask him for help about contacting strange and skip dimensions so to help an extra-dimensional being with nigh omnipotent powers that had pretty much blackmailed you into doing his bidding. Thus, oh sorry if I got a bit worried and called reinforcements. The director of SLD answered with acidic sarcasm. Actually, I was here already. I came to bring flowers to Tony. Bruce felt the need to specify. And I appreciated it. Tony answered. Same for me. I had just brought a good beer for my friend when you called, Spider-Boy. Thor added. And I loved that. More than my flowers? Sorry, Bruce, yes. Oh. A pity he can't drink that. Alcohol is bad for his medication. Natasha countered. Blasphemy. A good ale heals every ailment. He is right, you know? Hawkeye said, amused. The fact remains that yes. I felt better knowing I had the Avengers at ready should the worst happen. Nick Fury bellowed, silencing the entire room. It sounded harmless enough. Peter said, defensively. Teaching a kid how to be his world's Spider-Man, so that he can be later tested to see if he can become one. Sounds as much straightforward as you can make it, truth be told. Clint said, okay, fine, I am just paranoid. Fury conceded, bitterly. The problem is that I can't leave this world for 1 year. People will notice that both me and Spider-Man are gone for that long. Peter said, worried. And you need my help to cover for you? Tony asked. Yes. Sighed. Fine. I will help you. The billionaire answered with a condescending tone. Tony, don't be mean. Natasha chided him. I am not being mean. Whatever, I have a small experiment in mind we can use. I will say that I need a young aspiring scientist to be closed in a special capsule under the ocean for an entire year to see if it will be possible to build a lab there to help the Oceanographic Institute further their researches. The place will be empty, but special cameras will constantly stream you being there together with few other small animals. Like a reality show of sort. So people will believe Peter Parker is busy underwater instead of in another dimension. Tony explained with a bored tone. You already had something prepared for this kind of occasion? Bruce asked, curious. I plan to do it with just some monkeys in a cage. Changing my plan to include a digital Peter Parker added to the stream via computer is easy enough. He answered, looking insufferably smug as usual. Cool. As for Spider-Man, I will just create a remotely controlled robot version of him and let dear Clinton here pilot it. He is good enough at quipping to make an acceptable job in passing for you once added a voice modulator. I'll do my best, the Archer answered with a thumbs up. Especially since you are still under house arrest, technically. Nick Fury added, nailing the man with a glare. I was bored, the other replied with a shrug. So we came here for nothing? Thor asked, looking put out. So it seems. Natasha answered. That I wouldn't mind some help in deciding how to tackle this. Peter muttered. No. Emotional blackmailing, no. It's dirty and underhanded. Clinton answered with a whine. Verily, you cannot use your innocence to pull on a hero conscience. Thor added with a similar whine. I did what? Peter asked, confused. Don't worry, Peter. It's okay. Natasha answered, nonplussed. While you all wait for dear Cap America to come here with Strange, I will go covering all the holes Tony has obviously left behind so to make this cover story work. Nick Fury said while leaving the room, not before patting Spider-Man's back with a muttered, go get them, Tiger, added to it. Hey, my plan is flawless. My plans always are. Tony yelled in outrage to the man's retreating back. The billionaire also skillfully ignored Bruce's coughing fit that sounded strangely like he was saying, Ultron. Several days later, Avengers Tower. Everything ready? Natasha asked. Yes. Peter answered. Iron Spider suit? Bruce asked. I got it, Mr. Banner. Tony actually gave him enough spare nanites to build a second one and then some. Pepper, Tony's secretary-fiancé moral compass pretty much babysitter, added, making Tony huff in defiance. Camping equipment and dehydrated food? Clinton asked, checking the checklist he and Natasha had prepared. Just enough to cover for a couple weeks. Do not be too shy about smashing a couple vending machines if you need. The Archer added. I would leave acts of vandalism to cases of extreme emergency, like the money you are taking along being actually useless in that version of Earth. Natasha chided in. Smash away if you need, kid. Components for the spiderwebs. Tony asked. Enough for 1 year. Peter answered. You are as ready as you can be then, Peter. Ready to go. Dr. Strange said with a gentle tone. Yes, will it work though? The stone is merely a homing device of sort. It has time-space coordinates impressed on it that will send you there once snapped in two. It has enough power inside to cover for 2 trips, from here to there and then back once its timer runs out. The world's most powerful magic user answered. I'll go then. Go get them, boy. Teach that kid how to be Spider-Man. Tony said with a small nod. Okay. Hold on to it. Strange instructed as both his hands lighted up in a mysterious green flaming aura. It's ready, snap it. He then said once tapped the disc of rock with a finger, making the stone light up in the same flaming green energy. God, I just wanted to be a normal guy this one year. Peter muttered while snapping the thing in two. For the rest of the Avengers, the young hero's entire being then twisted on itself to be SE inside the stone that then dissolved into dust and disappeared, leaving behind just a weak wind and a faint puff. That was some nice trick. Clinton admitted. It was a great power at work, Clinton, much more powerful than you may believe. Strange confirmed. So we can't see if he is okay? Tony asked. I can keep an eye on him thanks to the Eye of Agamotto in my possession. I will regularly check on him if you insist. The surgeon-turned-sorcerer answered with a knowing smile. What are you implying? Tony asked with narrowed eyes. Nothing, Spider Dad. Strange answered, disappearing from the room immediately after. Ho! You can't run away before giving me the chance of answering to that. Tony yelled in indignation, even more so once heard the chorus of snorts at his new nickname. With Peter, other dimension. In a desolated forest, the trees were being battled by an improvised gust of wind that almost uprooted them as a young man appeared in a small clearing in a big explosion of eerie green flames. Okay, I am here. What now? Spider-Man muttered unsure once checked his surroundings. You are perfectly on time, Peter. Madam Web answered as the image of her face appeared in a near puddle left behind by a recent downpour. Now I will give you the rest of information about your mission here and how this world works, so to not look too much out of place. Good thing Mr. Stark gave me an instant translator. If it will work. Have no fear, this world is similar enough to your own that the small device will suffice, along the money they lent you. Good to hear. But, can I ask you a favor before I start? I am listening. Madam Web answered. It's nothing too serious. 1 year later, Dagoba Municipal Beach, Garbage Mountain. Time's up. A skeletal-looking man with a wild mane of unruly blonde hair said with a sigh. Already? The young green-haired teen that was still moving garbage around asked in surprise. He was utterly dirty, to the point that the very same freckles on his face could no longer be seen. Oh, I saw enough. The pro-hero Toshinori, looking the exact opposite of his hero alter ego All Might, answered with a nod. I was that bad? The kid, Izuku Midoriya, asked with a contrite expression. You have a great heart and courage to spare, enough to save your friend from the sludge villain while other heroes had no idea how to do it. But heart can bring you only so far, there must be a base from which start your path. And I can't give you that base, unfortunately. All Might admitted with a sigh. If only he had delayed the meeting with Night Eye and Mirio of just a day. But this was for the best. One for all had to be passed on, his time was running short and the world needed a new symbol of hope, and while willing, young Midoriya at best could have been able to use 5% of the overall power of his quirk as a starting point, nothing more. Toshinori needed an heir now. He unfortunately had no time to wait for the boy to catch up. So I am no suited to be a hero? Izuku asked, and Toshinori's heart bled at denying the boy the occasion he deserved, especially since he too had been a quirkless when he was chosen to carry the torch of the one-for-all quirk so many years ago. There are many heroes out there, young Midoriya. Lawyers defending the rights of the weak, policemen battling every day to keep the city safe, doctors doing their best to tear away people from the maw of death. Not all heroes wear capes, most of them wear suits. Justice is not just about superpowers. Toshinori answered, hoping to cheer up the boy a little. I see. The kid answered with sad eyes, and while he knew the man was right, he wanted to be a hero like him, a symbol of a greater purpose. I know you will do great things, young Midoriya. One day, you will show me how wrong I was just by giving me a business card, and that day I swear I will bow my head to you. A real hero. Toshinori said with a warm smile. I'll make you proud. Izuku said with a stiff smile, one the older man seemed to take as a sincere one. I know you will. Farewell, young Midoriya, the pro-hero said, waving at the boy before walking away. Farewell, All Might. Izuku said. "Duh. You okay?" Once the pro-hero disappeared from sight, a new voice asked as a masked figure leaped out from behind a giant pile of garbage to sit next to the boy. The newcomer was wearing a red and gold full-body costume made in a material looking like cloth but showing a metallic luster. On its chest there was a big golden spider, while the only peculiar feature of the face mask were two very large golden eyes. There were also 4 golden mechanical spider legs on the man's back that were rhythmically tapping on the garbage behind him. "I'll be," Izuku answered, sighing heavily, and accepting the one-armed hug Spider-Man gave him. "Wanna go web-swinging? It always helped me clear my head whenever I felt bad about something." Peter offered. "Oh," the teen answered with a small nod. "Then let's go," the other said while getting up and handing to Izuku a pair of web shooters to wear on his wrists. To be precise, a training version of his own web shooters that had been created for normal humans to use, since the real deal had a fairly good chance of literally snapping the user's arms in multiple pieces with the backlash if they had not a super durable body like Peter. Fortunately, even if bedridden Tony Stark was still a genius, so creating a training version of those for Izuku to use was still easy enough for him. "Why you choose me? Why you choose to train me when even All Might didn't?" Izuku asked. I want to know why." "Because, as he said, you have a great heart and courage, and contrary to what he said, that is a fundamental part of being a hero. Or at least that is how I always saw it." Peter answered. "But I don't have a quirk," the boy answered. "So? Natasha has no superpowers, neither Clinton or Mr. Stark have. They have other gifts, and use them to save the world regularly. But I am not rich enough to build a super suit, nor was I trained like a super spy dash. Yet." Peter cut in. "Yet. I was pretty much your age when I became Spider-Man. Maybe soon you will get your chance," Peter said with a knowing smirk hidden behind his mask. Sighed. "Peter, my chance just walked away. All Might himself said I have not what it takes," Izuku said with a miserable expression. "You sure? You may not have what it takes to be like him, but I kept training you in the ways of the Spider-Man for an entire year without stop. I saw a lot of potential in that time, so I know you can do this hero name justice. But I don't have your same powers and dash. Yet. 3 laps. Last TO arrive buys hot dogs for both." Without giving him time to fully understand, Peter shoot a long web from his suit's wrist and accelerated away at high speed. "Wait!" Izuku shrieked in horror while doing the same to chase him. "Remember the rhythm. Acrobatics are not necessary, but they help defeating the fear of heights," Peter instructed as both swung around the isolated place. "That's why you tied me upside down on top of a skyscraper?" Izuku yelled. "It worked, right? I almost peed myself. But it worked. Along cutting the web and letting you swing down to safety by yourself. I did the same when I started. Even if I cried the whole time?" Izuku asked in shame. "That's beside the point. And remember, when afraid, or nervous, or scared, or similar, quip. Quipping helps you hide your fear and makes the enemy super angry because they think you are not taking them seriously, and if they get angry, they make more mistakes. But remember, you must always take things seriously. Quipping is only a way to turn fear into excitement and doubts into eagerness." I know, the boy replied, sighing. "Then swing faster, or you'll pay snacks for both." Peter sang merrily. "Ah," the other gasped in horror, as he managed to get the rhythm right and gain speed. "Good. Keep this up," Peter said, chuckling amused. The dimensional traveling Spider-Man had introduced young Izuku to the same initial training he had figured out by himself when he first got bitten by that radioactive spider, and with the help of the Avengers, he had managed to whip out a schedule and several tips and tricks he hoped the boy he was tutoring could use as a base to develop his own style as a Spider-Man. It helped that the boy was fairly smart and seemed to catch up rapidly enough, not a full-blown genius like Tony Stark or Peter himself, but he was still pretty close up there. A single year was still an abysmally short amount of time, and Peter was pretty much desperate as he had tried to cram as much training he could within the small deadline he was asked to work with. And even while already knowing what and how to teach the kid to become a Spider-Man, Peter still felt uneasy about the whole thing, and silently prayed the boy will manage to fill the holes he left behind by himself, even if he had been told beforehand that Izuku's path as a hero was one he alone had to discover and walk on. Unfortunately, even the wisdom of multidimensional beings was unable to match Peter's own overly developed sense of guilt, but he will never admit that to Izuku in fear of ruining things for him. Later that day, path towards Izuku's home. Ow! 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 The young Midoriya muttered, limping and wincing at every step as his muscles hurt from the strangely heavy training session Peter had put him through. He looks desperate to train me as much as possible lately, he said, cracking his back a little in agony. It was then he saw a huge crowd of people surround a near apartment complex while watching the firefighters work tirelessly to try put out the horrifying inferno that had took over the first 3 floors of the place. All this while a hero in bright red costume with a bright fire pattern on it was desperately defending herself from 2 very angry parents, but she herself was crying her own eyes out, so at the very least, she apparently understood she was in the wrong. I am sorry. I was trying to stop that criminal, but he avoided my flames and then my flame bullet broke through your window and the recently appointed pro-hero flame princess tried saying. My baby is still in there, the woman she was talking with bellowed in answer. That is why you noobs should always start small and learn to use your quirk on the field. Another pro-hero, MT Lady, commented huffing while using her quirk to become giant and helping people escape the higher floors by letting them ride her hand once escaped through the windows. All this while obviously live streaming the event on the internet, like she always did whenever she was on hero duty. Please, save my baby, the same woman begged, crying in full hysteria. We are trying, but your apartment is the epicenter. We can't get in yet. The leader of the firefighter squad answered, just as nervous as she was. Do something. You are a hero, the kid's father yelled, while barely holding back his wife to stop her from entering in the burning building. I can't. My quirk turns my sweat into a slimy adhesive substance that catches fire with a mere spark. I would make things worse if I get in. Flame Princess answered. Where is your partner? Milady asked. Hydro Gentleman? He is on his way, but it will take almost half an hour before he comes here. When I called him he was still finishing washing away the poison left behind by that villain yourself captured. The fire user answered. I thought he would have been faster, he insisted in helping me, the giant woman admitted, nonplussed. With Izuku. While the 2 pro-heroes tried understanding how to save the girl, the green-haired teen was looking at the wildfire covering almost entirely the inside of the apartment. Or so it seemed if one looked from outside. Flame Princess can't get in because she would just make fire worse since pyrokinesis is not actually her quirk, but just a secondary effect. At least if she was Endeavor she would have been partially immune to fire, enough to try something. And MT Lady is maybe the only one able to rapidly help safely evacuate civilians, so she too can't help. But there is a kid there. Alone. Be burning alive. Izuku muttered, looking intensely at the flames. I still have the web shooters Peter gave me. The cartridge is almost empty though. Turn fear into excitement, and doubts into eagerness. It was when the boy saw an abandoned fire extinguisher and a busted vending machine with few water bottles still in there that a small spark of hope finally ignited in his thoughts. To hell with it, the teen finally said, taking off his shirt and tying it around his face and had once poured several water bottles on it, before running towards MT Lady. Hey, what are you? One of the firefighters tried saying before he saw a long string of webbing grab the fire extinguisher next to him to pull it towards the strange boy with his entire head covered by a wet cloth. Whip, whip. At the same time a second web rope also went shot towards MT Lady's thigh, all for their outrage. Hey, what are you doing? She demanded. Just catching a ride. Thank you. Forcing himself to quip a little to try cover the fear he was feeling, Izuku propelled himself up in a slightly clunky and clumsy way, but still managing to enter through the only window that still had not been overtook by the fire. Inside the burning apartment. Hey, where are you? Izuku asked while making his way forward with the fire extinguisher. Over here, a very young female voice answered from the kitchen, and the weakness behind the tone prompted the boy to fully forget his own fear and hurry towards her. Have no fear, I am here. Unconsciously channeling his idol All Might, Izuku declared once managed to make his way towards the source of the voice to see a little girl with white hair lying on the ground next to a broken wheelchair. You are late. The young girl, probably no older than 10, answered with a small smile, gladly accepting the boy's help and circling his neck with both arms so to be carried away. Help was coming, it was all a matter of time. Izuku answered with a small smile. No, I mean that you are late. Midoriya Izuku, the girl answered with a giggle, uncaring of the entrance to the kitchen getting obstructed by the now collapsed ceiling. How do you? I saw you coming to save me, so I waited for you, the girl answered, forcing her eyelids open to show a pair of fully blind pale blue eyes still irritated by the smoke. You waited, why? Because I trust you, she answered, perfect picture of childlike innocence. Well, at least that makes one of us. Izuku answered, noticing that the only exit was the kitchen window, and the fire there was already pretty intense. Do you have any webs left? The girl asked. How do you? No, I have run out. But I have a plan, stay close to me. Deciding to fully grasp the few sparks of courage he still had, the boy used the last remaining content of the fire extinguisher on his own back, and once hugged the girl tightly, he ran towards the window and shielded her whole body with his as his back broke through the glass. Boy! Watch out, newbie! Lady yelled as she barely managed to grab both in her hand before Izuku could seriously hurt himself by jumping down from the third-floor window. I hoped you would catch me, he answered. Demon newcomers. Didn't they teach you that you are not indestructible? The giant woman whined in answer while gently depositing both on the ground. My baby! Ichiko! The girl's mother shrieked in relief as she pried the kid from Izuku's arms to hug the life out of her, all this while her husband did the same to Izuku himself. Thank you. You saved her, the man said, crying heavily as well. It's okay. It's okay. I just could not leave her there. Izuku answered. Where's your costume? Flame Princess asked. My sea costume. Left it at home, I was not on duty, the boy replied lamely. Never leave it behind. Always bring it with you in case of emergencies. It's the basics, the lady said with a frown, secretly happy to appear even better on streaming by chiding a colleague on the proper manners of a hero. Why yes, you are right. Izuku answered. Never seen you around, though, what's your name? The hero one. Flame Princess asked with narrowed eyes. That my hero name? Izuku stammered, sweating heavily under her gaze. Hey, leave him alone. At least he saved my girl. You are the last one that should talk since all this happened because of you, the girl's father bellowed furious. Using the distraction of the arguing adults, the green-haired teen sneaked away, ditched the half-burned shirt still covering his head and stealthily made his way back home while taking extra caution to not be followed or seen by other pro-heroes. Midoriya house. That was close, as soon as he was inside, and managed to change into a clean set of clothes before his mother could notice, Izuku collapsed on his bed with the wild thumping of his heart still thundering deafeningly in his ears. I saved her, I saved somebody. Without a quirk. I could have died. Taking the entire thing as a sort of alien concept, giving the middle finger to a basic rule of nature, the green-haired teen started pacing wildly around his room as the adrenaline from before still had to dissipate. But it means I can do this, I can help people even without a quirk. I just need to find a way, the boy muttered as he watched the web shooter still on his wrist. Izuku, you home? Yes, Mum. Then come help me prepare dinner, please. The boy's mother, Inko, called out from the kitchen. Coming, the boy answered, filing the issue for later. Later that night, Izuku's nightmare. The teen was moving erratically in his bed, face scrunched tight as his sleep was far from being peaceful. Izuku was in fact walking aimlessly inside a land of thick white fog. The only sound were his echoing steps and a continuous clicking sound, like thousands of tiny pincers clicking or legs walking everywhere, all around him. Keep walking, Izuku Midoriya, a deep voice ordered. Who are you? Izuku asked. I am the Great Weaver and this is the web of life and destiny, the same voice answered. What appeared in front of Izuku as soon as part of the mist disappeared was a huge spiderweb of unimaginable proportions made of condensed energy and with several tiny golden lights traversing each node randomly, and at each passage, a flash of faces and places would be briefly seen framed by the threads, but every image appeared and disappeared too fast for its content to actually be recognizable. In the middle of this planet-sized web, a giant rock stood immobile and surrounded by giant protrusions, giving it a shape resembling that of a giant green spider-like creature lying in wait. You who are of us and not of us. You have been chosen, and you will be judged, the Great Weaver declared. Chosen? Judged? Izuku asked back, shivering heavily as the voice boomed with enough power to almost push him back. You have the heart of a prey that wants to be a predator, thus I, the Great Weaver, judge you worthy, the giant rock declared, just as two other giant spiders appeared at its sides, each with their own definite characteristics. You have been denied your destiny, and yet you persevered through our trial at the cost of your life. For that, I, the gatekeeper, judge you worthy. The giant spider to the left, apparently made out of thousands upon thousands of tiny spiders sticking together, declared. You lack power and skill, and yet you defeated your fear to do what is right. You possess the determination to become what you cannot become. For that, the bride, judge you worthy. The white spider on the right, made of condensed pure white light, declared. I don't what? You are now one of us, Izuku Midoriya, let the spider in. The Great Weaver yelled, and from under the thick mist around Izuku millions of spiders converged on the boy, crawling up his legs and arms until they covered his heavily struggling body completely, an endless flood entering his head through the ears, nose, eyes and mouth without mercy and so thick to muffle his voice, making it impossible for him to scream for help, until he collapsed on the ground and everything for him turned to utter darkness as the horde of tiny spiders completely devoured him. Real world, the next day. Screaming in utter horror, Izuku woke up and promptly ran to the bathroom to puke everything he ever ate in his life. When Inko finally reached him, she found her son shivering heavily on the floor and hugging the toilet for dear life, overcome by jitters and deadly pale, making her fear the worst while she helped him return to his bed. You stay here, I'll go call a doctor, the woman instructed before running towards the phone once made sure Izuku was safely tucked in his bed and not puking again. Izuku though was only focused on the bundle of spiderwebs glued to the ceiling of his room, too big to be made by normal spiders and hanging right above his head. Peter? Izuku muttered, unsure. As if that name was a password of sort, the bundle of webs finally dissolved and a thick cover of green sludge fell on his body to immediately reawaken the memories of that nightmare, especially since whatever that stuff was, it seemed alive as well and crawling all over his body until it covered him completely. Can you hear me, Izuku? A mere instant before the boy could scream in horror again, the mask finished closing around his face and a recording of Peter's voice started playing in the boy's ears. Waff. Sorry about this sudden dress-up, I just asked to make sure you could get my final gift should you pass the test, and if you are hearing this, well, you did it. Awesome, the voice of Peter said with an excited tone. There are many things I wish to tell you, so listen well. First, remember when you used to say that my training would have not helped much without powers similar to mine? Well, you have them now. That burning building was your test. You were ready to put your life at risk to help that kid even without powers and just using what I taught you to save her, and you passed. So I guess you got a meeting with the Weaver, right? I was told they would have gotten involved to give you, Spider-Man, powers since all this was their plan to begin with. I hope it was not too traumatic. Peter said, unsure. It was .ogod it was. Izuku admitted with a shiver. I don't know if you will still register as quirkless now or not. Just in case, be ready to come up with a good excuse as to why now you can do all the things you can do as a Spider-Man. Second, I have recorded in my spare time between our meetings other lessons for you to go through on your own once gotten this suit and the powers. It's just the theory side, so you'll have to work out the practice side on your own. Sorry. A suit. Izuku muttered, looking at himself and then at his reflection in the mirror. Whatever that sludge was, it had turned into a skin-tight smooth armor of sort extremely similar to Peter's, only his was a somber dark shade of green with a big silver stylized spider on his chest, a red belt, dull black arm braces, dull black leg guards that reached up to his thighs, and dark red boots. Its mask also had similar big silver eyes like Peter's costume, but with two very short protrusions added on top of the helmet and angled slightly back that resembled All Might's hair horns haircut. The armor helmet also included a dull silver, diamond-shaped mask with 8 holes on the front that was covering the lower half of Izuku's face. The mask doubles as respirator, just in case you have to fight in hazardous places or outer space. I saw those drawings you made of your ideal hero costume you kept hidden in your drawer and used the spare nanites Mr. Stark gave me when I came here to build you an armor like mine using that design. You are wearing the Iron Spider armor MK7, so take care of it please. I have also included several files with a complete list of its functions and the formula for the web fluid, and its many variations, in its database now that you can use the real deal without fear of snapping your arms in two. Just ask and the copy of the Friday AI I left in the armor will help you. There are also few blueprints for some extra gadget. Feel free to tinker around with those too. The suit is my farewell gift. So be good, okay? You are this world's Spider-Man now, so keep the torch high. And remember, from great power comes a great responsibility. This world. Izuku muttered, confused. I am happy to have met you. I just wish I had more time to teach you better. But I have done my best to leave you with enough audio-video lessons to make it easier for you to get used to your powers, especially the spider sense, that will be hard to learn to live with. Also to be careful, that armor is scarily intuitive. Intuitive, Izuku repeated aloud, and in doing so he turned around to look at the suit's back and mistakenly caused one of his action figures of All Might to fall from his desk. By the time he saw the toy being halfway towards the floor, 4 long metallic silvery spider legs sprouted from his back to grab the figurine and gently put it back on the desk before melting into his back and disappearing inside the armor's spine area. Did I get it? It's crazy intuitive, the boy muttered with a low, odd voice. Goodbye, Izuku. I will always remember you, and for what is worth, I am proud of you. Take care. The message finished saying, showing a picture of a selfie Peter and him took together mid-training. Peter, thank you. Unashamed of letting tears flow freely, Izuku looked at his reflection in the mirror with a trembling smile on his face, feeling a burning sensation in his chest he recognized as his determination of becoming a hero worthy of the name Spider-Man. Tapping the spider symbol twice like instructed, the boy watched as the armor melted back into nanites to hide under his pajama and molding itself perfectly to his body, so to try staying hidden, he will learn later how to have it mimic normal clothes. Now he had a mother to calm down. A month later, My bag. Oh God, he stole my bag. An old lady yelled in horror as the common thug ran away, clutching the small bag to his chest. Twip, twip. What the F, Glubu? The punk shrieked as he felt something connect with the back of his ankle and easily lift him up in the air to let him hang upside down from a lamppost. Even his curse went silenced by a small bullet of webs sealing his mouth closed. No. Stealing old ladies' bags now? That is such a dead cliché. A young, slightly distorted voice said with a chuckle as a young hero wearing a dark green metallic suit appeared in front of the thug. The young hero too was hanging upside down from a similar web. Juge? I'll take this, thank you. With another tiny chuckle, the young man easily pulled away the bag from the thief's hands and jumped down to greet the old lady. Bo the huck doe? The criminal gagged out, somehow. Nice to meet you, mister. You can call me the Green Spider. I am just your friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. Izuku answered, and the eyes of his mask closed thinly in a smile-like expression as he used Peter's own catchphrase. Thank you, the old lady said while gratefully getting her bag back and watching amused while the young hero tied the thief with his web like a salami just to be sure he could not escape. No problem, Oba-san, I am happy to help. Izuku answered and accepting the hug the woman gave him with a surprised whoop, escaping him. So well behaved, the woman admitted, chuckling. Thank you and crap. I am late. Sorry I got to go. Receiving a blaring red alert from Friday, Izuku finally noticed he was horrendously late for school and that he had to cut short the thing and swing away in a great hurry if he wanted to get to class in time. Bye, Obisi, he yelled frantically. Goodbye, my boy. And thank you, the old lady answered while waving at him. I can't believe I still register as a quirkless. Unbelievable. Izuku bemoaned in annoyance while swinging at high speed through the city towards the normal school he was enrolled in, even if one for kids with above-average intelligence. That apparently was what Peter had warned him about, how infuriatingly difficult it was to conciliate normal life and hero life. Izuku just hoped the heroes of AIU won't get too mad about him operating a bit outside the law since he was not a properly registered hero. Back to the old lady. He got here before me. Again. A young heroine dressed with a bunny costume bellowed in blind fury as she watched helpless while the police moved the tied thief on their car once registered the old lady testimony. 2 days ago he got to the bank robbery before me and stopped it by himself, then there was that kidnapping attempt before that, and then he had to stop those weapon dealers by himself before I could get there, and now he even robbed me of something as small as this. That's it. I will strangle that beastie. You hear me, green spider? I will kick your ass, the girl bellowed with a shrieking scream. Unfortunately for Izuku, she was not the only novice pro-hero that was angry at him for stealing their thunder. Pretty much all of them were annoyed at him, and each one kept promising a good decking at the first chance they got once put their hands on that mysterious, clandestine hero, whose identity nobody seemed able to discover, in part thanks to his plain mask and the voice modulator it possessed. All this was somehow unknown to Izuku himself though. Uta High School Teacher's Lounge. Being the premier school for gifted, ergo quirk-using children in all of Japan meant that they got the biggest backing, equipment and founds once compared to other similar schools. So it was not a surprise that whenever some inner issue popped up in the hero community, more often than not it was the rather huge teacher's lounge room of the school to be used as improvised meeting room for pro-heroes, especially since most of them used to be students of that same exact school when they were. We must do something. That BSTRD is setting a precedent. Miruko, the bunny-themed heroine, yelled in rage as soon as the meeting started. More likely he is stealing your limelight. Is not nice when others do that to you. Another pro-hero, Kamui Woods, answered with a chuckle. Shut up. Calm down please. Infighting won't help resolve this. Toshinori begged with a sigh. Resolve this? Resolve what? He is doing this on purpose to make us look bad. I already met him, he made me look like an amateur. Fire Princess said with a frown. And that is the only thing we know, that he is a young man, that's it. The girl's partner, Hydra Gentleman, said while mindlessly passing a finger on the bright blue and overly long mustache sprouting from under his pure white opera mask. You burned an entire apartment complex by mistake, he hardly had a hand in having you make a foul of yourself. You did it well enough without outside help. The lady said with a snort. Say that to my face if you have the guts. Enough. Another woman, this one with spiky and very long purple hair, bellowed, making the room fall into dead silence. Sorry, Midnight. The lady muttered, not without launching a last glare towards Fire Princess. Where is Endeavor? Toshinori asked. As you can imagine, he deemed the issue beneath him, so he did not come. Midnight answered while rolling her eyes, and that answer made the entire room groan at the pro-hero's inflated ego. I told you that the boy was in dire need of a good spanking when he was a student, but you all ignored me. A very short old man in bright yellow costume muttered from the sidelines. We know, Gran Torino-sensei, but now is too late. Toshinori admitted with a sigh. You sure? I still say that if we spank him enough times we may get some results. That or use a rolled-up newspaper. Gran Torino answered, huffing. I would pay good money to see that happen. Shota Aizawa, hero name, Eraserhead, muttered under his breath in answer, for once he had also foregone his sleeping bag, a clear signal he too was taking this seriously. The fact remains that we have an unlicensed hero going around unsupervised, and this cannot continue. Either because we know nothing of his quirks so have no idea how to counter him should he become a villain, and because it may also inspire other people to take up his vigilante attitude. Midnight huffed in answer, looking particularly annoyed by the thing. Did we discover anything new about him, guys? Come on. Don't be shy. Hisashi Yamada, present Mike, another member of the school teaching staff, asked, pointing with both fingers at his fellow pro-heroes with his usual way too wide smile never faltering. We are here for this reason, we are getting there. Gunhead answered with a sigh. He was sitting in a corner and even if masked, he looked like he didn't really want to be there at all. What's wrong? Shod asked, curious. Sighed. I am feeling like the bad guy here. That young man is not that bad as a hero that I mean, the police force actually likes him. He only jumps in, catch the criminal without too much of a fuss, and leaves before the news crew arrives. So more often than not the police itself actually takes the credit. The muscle giant answered, unsure. What do you mean? Milady asked with narrowed eyes. He seemed to have a good grasp about being a hero. Sure, his fighting style leaves a lot to be desired, but I still saw him fight unarmed 1v4 and come out unscathed and with zero collateral damage, something you yourself are a bit prone to instead. I would love to see you try not making damages once turned into a giant. The girl replied, furious. So you are against this little hunt of us? Midnight asked. A bit. He must have a reason as to why he is unlicensed. He obviously has a quirk, why did he not join this school or any other? I can tell he is a good kid at heart just by listening to how he treats the civilians he helps. So why doing this outside the law? Gunhead wondered. He hasn't joined a school? Are you sure? The PG-18 heroine asked with crossed arms. We checked the registered heroes, both pro and students, and we cannot match any of them to somebody of his body build or spider-related quirk. And if we find somebody close enough, a bit of questioning at they too come out as somebody who's not who we are looking for. Eraserhead answered. Forget the spider thing, his webs are not part of his quirk. Gran Torino said. His quirk is not about shooting webs, those are artificial, the old man explained. How do you know that? I got in touch with Chemical Girl, do you remember her? Of course I do. She got her legs blown off by a villain and had to retire, the other replied. Exactly her, she now works in a hospital for quirk users. I asked her to use her quirk to analyze the webs that boy leaves behind to see if it could be used to get a DNA sample. She discovered that the compound is completely artificial, man-made, absurdly durable and that it evaporates in 2 hours once exposed to air, leaving nothing behind. So the spider theme of his costume and name may just be a fancy choice to accompany his web shooters. Then what is his quirk? Toshinori wondered aloud. If he has one. Gran Torino said. The entire room yelled as one in surprise. He wears a full-body high-tech armor and uses artificial webs to move around, and we know for certain Eraserhead Boy here tried to use his own quirk to stop his long enough for some questioning, and it didn't work. It may mean that we are dealing with somebody smart enough to come up with gadgets to cover for his lack of quirk, meaning that he is trying to show us he doesn't need one to be a hero, probably because this and other schools refuse to let him join as a quirkless that uses gadgets, the old midget explained. True, I tried to immobilize him long enough for questioning, but other than doing nothing to him with my quirk he dodged my capturing weapon with ease. That takes some DMN fast reaction time. But that would also mean that his quirk may be of the mutant class. Those two are immune to Eraserhead's power. Maybe his quirk is something that makes his senses very sharp? It would confirm your guess about him using gadgets to compensate his lack of fighting power. Midnight countered. True, but then, besides superhuman agility and reaction time, what else can he do? And why he's out there unlicensed? Gran Torino wondered aloud. Dryathian. Every eye swiftly turned towards Milady as her cell phone rang loudly, making the young woman blush crimson in embarrassment. Sorry, I forgot to turn it off. Give me a minute, she said before picking up. She is even answering. Midnight hissed furious. Yo, who's it? Fat Gum? How did you get my number? Kamui Woods? She shrieked. He asked. Her partner answered with a shrug. Whatever. What do you want? What do you mean he has a fan page dedicated to him? I have not a fan page dedicated to me yet and I am a bombshell. Empty Lady exploded in anger. You are a 6 out of 10, at best. Midnight answered, smirking. You shut up, old hag. Hoi. What's this thing about a fan page? Miruko asked between clenched teeth. emanating an aura of sheer anger that made sure other pro heroes moved a little away from her seat. "I'll check it out, thank you. Don't call me anymore," Empty Lady said to the phone before closing the call and opening the social media app where she also posted her live streams to look for the fan page she was told about. And developing a terrifying, furious expression as the thing looked professionally made by some top-notch web designer, the kind of job that would cost one arm and a leg to whoever tried to get the same results. At the Real Jern Spider, the fan page dedicated to the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, friend of the common people and terror of evil. Share here with us your stories about our favorite green-clad hero. Lots of positive comments. Toshinori admitted with a low whistle, he and everybody else having fished out their phone to find the same page. And lots of videos and pictures people took while he was helping others. It may help us discover something more about our guy. Eraserhead added with a calculating look in his eyes. Style's a bit sloppy, but for a self-taught hero he has potential. Mike added, impressed. There is a lot of room for improvement, but I like what I am seeing already. Gunhead admitted. This just makes it harder to understand why he is acting as an unlicensed hero. The potential to be a good one is clear as day. So why he needs all this secrecy? Gran Torino, watching the thing from Toshinori's phone, added with a frown since he hated when he could not figure something out. He is flexible, that I can admit. Nice but too. Midnight purred amused, making the others look at her in askance at the out-of-place admission. Who cares about that? He has 1,000 followers already. And the page was established just a month ago. It took me 3 months to get to 1,000 followers. The lady screeched, and many more seasoned pro heroes shook their head in sadness at the young woman's fixation. That's it. If you others don't want to do a thing, then I will drag that BSE here. He will have to answer our questions, whatever he likes to or not. Miruko declared with a furious roar and jumping out of the window before the others could stop her and using her super strong legs to propel herself away towards the city at high speed. This is what I was fearing. Gran Torino said with a sigh as other young pro heroes joined the bunny heroine suggestion and rapidly left the room while ignoring the older generation of pro heroes begging ordering them to stop. Especially Milady that looked literally out for blood as she enlarged herself to her giant form as soon as she was outside and charged forward like a living earthquake. What were you fearing, sensei? Toshinori asked. I am talking about jealousy, you moron, the old man answered, slamming his cane on the blonde's head making him topple over even if in his muscled form. That boy is moved by the wish to do the right thing, but he somehow has not joined a school for quirk users nor he is registered at all. And he is unknowingly stealing the show from the youngest pro heroes around him. We have to find him fast, otherwise we'll have a full-fledged manhunt worthy of legends wash over the entire city. And they won't be nice once found him. On the contrary, I fear they will get overboard and bring him to us with both arms and legs broken, by mistake, just to avenge their wounded pride. He may have some DM good reason for doing his hero job as an unlicensed, or at least I hope he has a DM good one. And maybe he just needs to be acknowledged or talked to so to get his head set straight and get some proper hero training, but if we do that after he gets mobbed and beaten by proper heroes, then we'll lose him for good. The retired hero explained. You think they will go that far? Eraserhead asked, sounding mighty worried now. You underestimate how unreasonable people can get when angry, especially when they join other people equally angry. It only takes one of them overdoing for the rest of the pack to follow suit, so I suggest to you others, pro heroes that actually have a functioning brain in those young heads of yours, to hunt this green spider down as well, but so to have a proper, peaceful and responsible talk with him with zero violence involved. If my hunch is right, we may just have in our hands a misunderstood kid that only wanted to prove he is a good hero even without a flashy quirk. I only ask you to talk with him before doing anything harsh. God forbid we can fix this mess in 5 minutes instead of taking the moronic long way around and prolong this more than it needs. Gran Torino asked. I'll see what I can do. I have several friends in the police force. I am sure they can put out the word that I want to talk to him face to face like civilized people and without traps of sort waiting for him. Gunhead offered as he got up from his seat. Please do, hopefully before Lady does something stupid. Midnight begged in answer with a suffered sigh. I will ask to some radio announcers I know. I bet he loves good music, so he will hear my message of peace. That, or I will scream it to him from afar. Mike said with a double thumbs up. Just don't turn him deaf. Eraserhead answered. We all will try like this then. I'll see if some students in my classes can join that fan page and leave my message for him there. Midnight said with an uncaring shrug. Why, I have a very bad feeling about this? Toshinori muttered to himself as he watched his colleagues slowly leave the room, each one already planning their way to contact this wayward young hero and resolve this without any bloodshed. With Izuku Cafe. Oh god, oh god, oh god. He was in deep shit. He was effed totally above his head. He knew this would have happened sooner or later, but he was totally unprepared. Completely not in control of the situation at all. It sounded like a good idea back then. Or better, Peter made it sound like a good idea on paper, but now that he was dealing with the aftermath of this choice, he felt trapped with the rope tying tightly around his neck. Echichir is the smoothie, Izuku said with a trembling voice as he reached the table with the small tray holding 2 colorful smoothies on it. Thank you, Midoriya-kun, the schoolgirl answered with a gentle smile as she watched him move the tall glass in front of her. Think nothing of it, Uraraka-san, he answered, sitting stiffly in front of her. Hi. I am not going to eat you, relax, the girl said with an adorable giggle that drove Izuku's willpower even deeper underground. He had met the girl by chance once he had removed his iron spider armor after a quick job after school. Some guy with rubber muscles had tried to rob a jewelry and Izuku stopped him before Kamui Woods himself could join the scene. They both were waiting for the same bus since Izuku had preferred to lay low for a bit just in case, and the long wait for the right one somehow passed by with the two talking, especially Uraraka herself since the boy was just too shy to speak proper sentences most of the time. This until they boarded the thing and she mentioned she went to U.S.J High School for Superheroes and discreetly showed him her quirk. That finally broke the ice as Izuku's overly enthusiast love for all things hero overcame his shyness towards girls, making him finally take part to their talking like a normal human, even if in his excitement he ended up forced to pretend to be visiting somebody living next to the same stop of the girl at a place a good 3 hours away from his own house. The problem was that Peter's training about not being afraid of challenges had somehow bled inside Izuku's subconscious to the point it occasionally flared to life even when not wearing his superhero costume, making him blurt out that offer for a smoothie in that famous parlor he would have paid for, and worse still, she had accepted. And now there he was, the following day, in what was pretty much a date between friends he was having with a girl. You look so happy today, what happened? Trying to defuse his own shyness, Izuku tried to switch subject so to talk about her training as a hero, especially since he knew she would show the same adorable smile he saw the day before if she did. Nothing much. I'm just so excited about getting into the hero course. The classes are hard, but I get such a burning satisfaction whenever I succeed, it makes all worth it. Ochako answered, with the smile she didn't know her companion was looking for and that by now was clear made his knees feel weak. That boy Mineta is still bothering you? Izuku asked. He bothers every girl equally, and that in a sense it's fortunate. We pretty much beat him daily since he constantly tries to spy on us when we change, but other than then, we can keep him in check easily enough thanks to the other boys too setting their foot down whenever they can. She answered with a sigh, her expression though, turning into a glowing one as soon as she tried the smoothie. Better than nothing, I guess. What about you, Midoriya-kun? You did not talk much about yourself, the girl asked with a gentle tone. I am just a regular boy, my life is not that amazing. Izuku answered, looking outside with a bitter smile. You are going to classes held in Inushida Academy, that school has produced lots of great people, so do not put yourself down, she answered. Even without a quirk? He countered with a small smile. It doesn't take a quirk to do the right thing. You can always join one of those groups that produce gadgets for heroes. I heard that not all of them come from U.S.J High School, but also from schools like yours. You can be a hero as well, only in an indirect way. Ochako answered, looking straight in his eyes as if wishing to infuse courage into him. Thank you, the young man answered with a low and utterly thankful voice, making her chuckle. Uraraka-san. Green spider. Get out wherever you are. Before Izuku could say anything, Miruko landed heavily in front of the giant window of the parlor and opening deep cracks on the concrete floor with how heavily she slammed her feet down. "We just want to talk," the lady added as she too joined the scene outside, her giant steps making the entire building shake heavily at each movement she made. A peaceful talk between friends. The hero known as Mr. Plastic added as well, and not a single one of them looked friendly at all. "Guys, please calm down," a fourth hero begged with a groan as he hurriedly joined them, and secretly thanking his costume for hiding the embarrassment he was feeling since everybody on the street was looking at them strangely. "Be quiet, Backdraft. This is important," Miruko answered. "So many pro-heroes. And they are looking for the green spider? I wonder what they need from him," Ochako said in wonder as she watched outside towards those pro-heroes. I don't know," Izuku answered, thanking his lucky star that the girl was so enthralled by those heroes standing right outside to not notice his pale face and his body trying to melt into a puddle of sweat as it had finally dawned to him that maybe the pro-heroes weren't happy about his escapades as an unlicensed. "Hui! Am I interrupting something?" a new voice yelled, making Izuku shriek in surprise, or at least pretend to since he pretty much felt her coming. "Mina-chan, please do not scare my friend like that," Ochako answered with a tiny frown. Hi. Just having fun, the pink-skinned and pink-haired girl replied amused. "And nice to meet you." Izuku, half scared to death by the obvious bad intentions his spider sense was still catching from the heroes outside, said with a forced smile. "Hello. Mina Ishido, a friend of Ochako." "And you are?" Mina answered with a wide smile. "Midoriya Izuku," he muttered. "Oh, I see." Having apparently caught something, Mina flashed a knowing look at Ochako that made the other girl's face burn up. "What?" she asked. "Izuku-an? I am sorry to ask this, but can me and Ochako-chan have a moment? It's a girl's thing that will only take 5 minutes. "Oh, okay," the green-haired teen answered, using that as a good excuse to take a breather and hide inside the bathroom and avoid the heroes outside. How can supervillains live with this pressure constantly on them? "It's maddening," he thought in wonder while leaving the two girls alone. "So?" Mina asked, sitting in front of Ochako with a predatory smile. "So?" the other repeated. "Did I interrupt something?" "Like a date?" she asked. "A date? Stop joking, Mina-chan. Please," the girl begged with a very red face while looking straight outside, towards the assembled heroes that finally decided to split up and look elsewhere for the green spider. "So it was not a date? You were sitting alone at a table, chatting amicably, smiling, joking and laughing. How could I think otherwise?" Mina said with a knowing smile. How long have you been watching?" Ochako asked appalled. "You two were so cute I had troubles deciding if I wanted to join, but I had to. Oh no, is he your boyfriend?" Mina asked. What? "We are just friends." "You are imagining things," the girl answered, and taking an angry sip through the straw of her smoothie. "So you don't mind that I swapped the glasses and you are now drinking from his straw, am I right? This indirect kiss does not matter, right?" Mina asked with an evil smirk. To her cruel amusement, Ochako's face turned so red to almost emanate light and heat on its own while looking at the straw still in her mouth with wide eyes, although she actually took a couple seconds before slowly pulling back and leave the thing hang innocently from the glass. "Well, you are just evil," the girl said with an ashamed face. "Best friends always are. Here is your boyfriend, I'll leave you two alone now, take care and have fun. And remember to invite me to the wedding," Mina declared while stealing a sip from her glass of smoothie, and as soon as she saw Izuku come out from the bathroom, she just got up and walked away with a spring in her step while loudly humming a wedding march. "Ribbit. You are despicable, Mina-chan," the girl that was with her, showing a faint frog-like appearance, said with a sigh. "Despicable? I was just teasing her, all in good fun, soon," Mina answered as both walked away. "Ribbit. Okay. Maybe it was a bit mean, but a bit fun nonetheless. You know she can take as well as dish out, soon she will answer in kind, have no fear. I know how far I can go." Back with Izuku. The situation had somehow turned incredibly awkward as Ochako now could barely look towards him, especially since he was unknowingly drinking from her smoothie, meaning that he had just given an indirect kiss to her and Mina, and she could not find in herself the strength to tell him, all this while forcing herself to drink from his so to not give anything up. Didn't this stuff taste awesome? Izuku, may God bless his innocence, was unaware of all that, only noticing her switch in demeanor and gaining a worried expression that managed to overshadow his previous shyness. Are you all right? He finally asked her, having seen her fidget way too long for it to be normal. Why yes, nothing wrong. Just thinking about something my friend said. Ochako answered. Did I interrupt some plan you had with your friends? I would hate to have come between you two. No, nothing of the sort. I just dash. Good evening. Another voice interrupted them as Midnight entered the place to talk to the patrons. It will just take a minute. The thing is simple, we know for certain that the Green Spider is out there to help as much people as possible and that he has the best intentions at heart, but we also need to talk to him about how he decided to do this, the CC woman declared while walking through the place and recognizing one of her students, Ochako, and flashing her a knowing look once seen her company, thing that elevated the girl's embarrassment to new heights. So I need you all to do me a favor, he is avoiding us for some reason so we cannot get in contact with him, thing that saddens us a lot because he looks like a very friendly fellow, and that is why I am here. We really need and want to talk to him, and since he doesn't want to let us get close, we need your help. Should you meet our young hero, can you please tell him to contact me, All Might or Eraserhead? It is very important. Thank you. Midnight said with a smile and a wink, making the males present look at her in adoration. You too, she then added, grabbing both shoulders of the seated Izuku, turning the boy once again in a shivering wreck, sweating too much to be healthy. Should you meet our green hero, can you send him my message? Pretty please. Giving to the green-haired boy a saucy wink, she used one of her slender fingers to trace his jaw while delivering her request at a millimeter from his face. Okay. The utterly afraid teen said with a high-pitched voice as he felt his armor's AI Friday getting ready to summon around him his costume at the moment's notice, along his spider sense giving off extremely loud blaring alerts inside his brain. That I don't like that. Why I don't like that? In the meantime, Ochako felt a strange cold feeling weakly rearing its head up in her chest at seeing one of her teachers momentarily flirting with her friend, and for the life of her, she could not explain why or what that feeling was. Good. I'll be on my way then. Thank you for your time. Midnight said with a happy smile as she slowly walked away, adding a tiny sway to her hips just to mess with the people present. I better get going. I am sorry. Ochako said as she got up from her seat once seen Mina stealthily hurrying her to follow her and the other girls from their class. It's okay. Thank you for coming here with me. Wait, the girl said before hurriedly scribbling something on a napkin. This is my number, see, can we do this again? Yes, the boy shrieked in answer. Cool. By Midoriya-kun. Ochako said, hurrying out and joining the others as they secretly chased the various pro-heroes combing the city for the Green Spider. I got her number. Talking with girls is amazing. Izuku declared in utter awe. Ah, to be young again. Keep the target in sight, boy. You two look cute together. The owner of the shop, that possessed a remarkable resemblance to Stan Lee, said amused as he collected the two empty glasses. TT, thank you. Izuku answered, and running outside just in time to see a dragon fly over his head. Where are you, Green Spider? I just want to talk. At the same time, Miruko was heard screaming at the top of her lungs as she bounced from a building to the other thanks to her quirk as she traversed the whole town back and forth in random patterns. They are out to get me. I just wanted to help. Looking in horror at the sheer number of heroes, both pro and rookie, that were looking everywhere for him, the young man felt his blood turn into ice, that until his watch started vibrating, signifying that Friday had intercepted a near police transmission urgent enough to require his attention. Damn it. Okay, no time to shiver in fear, I'll worry about it once dealt with this emergency. Izuku muttered with narrowed eyes as he hurried inside an abandoned alley, fear immediately forgotten. No one in sight and the spider sense is quiet, time to get to work. Tapping twice on his heart area, the jacket he was wearing over his clothes melted into nanites to cover his entire body and form the Iron Spider armor, his hero costume, and turning the meek and shy Izuku into the brave and quip-loving hero the Green Spider. I know this 180 I do in personality whenever I wear my costume may be a warning bell about me getting split personality, but I have no time to deal with it now. Feeling his courage soar as soon as he donned the costume, the young man propelled himself upward with 2 webs acting as a slingshot. Not too far away. Floor it! Floor it! One of the delinquents sitting inside the stolen car yelled as she tried shooting to the dragon chasing them. Stop trying. Bullets don't work on her. The driver chastised her while taking a daring tour that almost ran over a group of people just traversing the road. Since when are heroes so DMN overactive? The woman, a minor villain known as Lead Spitter, yelled as she used her quirk to spit inside the cartridge of her special weapon and the ones of her partners in crime to refill them in bullets. Since they have to deal with the Green Spider, they think he is making them look bad, so every Greenhorn Pro hero is out to get him while trying to catch as many criminals they can to boost their image at the same time. You should hear the rants MT Lady goes though lately mid-mission. She hates the guy. The man sitting on the back seat answered as he finished reloading his automatic rifle and got ready to shoot at the cops that had just joined the scene in their car. Are you following that giant bimbo? Lead Spitter asked, incredulous. Know your enemy. It's strategy. And she got an amazing but, so what? He answered. Thump. What the fooish? The same guy had barely the time to blurt out his shock at something heavy landing on top of the car that a green-clad hand grabbed his collar and forcibly pulled him put through the car's window, and barely few seconds later, they could see the giant cocoon of webs trapping him get thrown against a wall and glued there from the rear mirror. Sheet. Speak of the devil. Shoot him, the driver ordered to Lead Spitter. Don't tell me what to do, the woman replied as she peeked outside the window with her entire top half to see nobody on top of the car. Where is he? She yelled, shocked. Peekaboo, the spider-themed young hero said as he appeared from behind the car to grab her and using the metallic extra arms of his armor to rapidly spin her body inside a thick cocoon of webs that also sealed her mouth shut that he then tied to a near-parked car, scaring its owner shitless. Fuck. The last occupant of the car, the driver, shrieked in fear as she started to wildly turn the steering wheel left and right to dislodge the unwanted guest from the car's roof. Hey! Who gave you your license? Izuku yelled as he punched through the glass of the driver's window to grab the girl and create a third cocoon of webs left hanging from a traffic sign for the police to recover. And now the card? I hate this part. The young man admitted as he shoot 2 webs on the front of the car and then jumped off the vehicle, planting both feet down and stopping the thing before it could run over somebody by pulling it off the terrain and lifting it above his head to then put it down once the wheels stopped spinning. Clut, 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 clut. It was then that he heard the giant gray dragon he saw chasing the car lightly clap at him with its giant claws. Demenit. The dragon hero Ryukyu. Izuku thought in alarm. To his surprise, though, the woman did not attack him. Instead, she pointed towards the rooftop of a tall building not too far away from them before looking at him with hopeful eyes. Unsure about what to say, the boy simply slowly shook his head no, already fearing some painful trap waiting for him. In answer, the dragon joined both hands in a clear begging gesture and flashing a puppy look looking extremely out of place on an Eastern dragon. Okay. With his mask's eyes narrowing into 2 thin slits, the young green Spider-Man accepted meeting the dragon where asked, making her flash a happy smile and immediately take air. Flip, flip, flip. This is a bad idea. Izuku muttered darkly to himself while following her. Rooftop. Landing at a safe distance from the dragon hero, the green spider stood on a crouch on a corner of the building and watched with careful eyes as the dragon transformed into a woman with chin-length blonde hair. I am glad you gave me this chance to talk. I have not bad intentions, Ryukyu said with a gentle smile as she held her distance, having figured out that her guest still felt unease with her. Ahoo! Izuku answered. That capture was pulled off well. 3 arrests in what? 2 minutes, she said, trying to appease to his ego to have him relax a bit. 2 minutes and 27 seconds. Point 3. The boy answered once read the unnecessary Remind Friday projected on the armor's screen in answer. A nice time for a rookie, she commented, nonplussed. Is not the first time I do this, it's a maneuver that works usually. I could tell it was not the first time you did it. But tell me, why? Ryukyu asked, honestly curious. Why am I doing this without a hero license? Izuku completed the question for her. Yes, you do know it is illegal, right? I was not aware that doing the right thing required an ID card. Izuku answered, it was not a tone of scorn or sarcasm the one he used, but a mere colloquial one, and yet Ryukyu felt almost slapped by that remark. True, but that ID card as you call it certifies that you know what you are doing, that people can be sure you won't commit mistakes, the woman countered. True. But it's also true that a license is not a magical device that automatically makes it that a hero never commits mistakes. Under the mask we are still humans, and humans commit mistakes, no matter how hard we try not to. You are not wrong, the woman was forced to admit, and she remembered how the smart ones were always hard to deal with. So, I know I am doing something wrong, but I was left with no other choice. Izuku admitted with a frustrated sigh. No other choice? Why? Ryukyu asked immediately. That was the core of the problem. And she immediately pounced on that to uncover the truth. I got you. Before the boy could even start talking, Miruko came down like a missile towards him, and Ryukyu had a first-row seat to see somebody actually dodging the heroine's dash, something very few people could actually pull off, especially with how fast she came from what was supposed to be the young teen's blind spot. Boom. The entire rooftop exploded upward as the force behind the surprise attack almost demolished the entire thing, forcing Ryukyu to fly away and land on top of another building and watching helpless as the green spider landed way farther away from her. Damn it, Ryukyu. Couldn't you distract him better? I almost got him, the bunny heroine roared in fury. Miruko, what the hell are you doing? Ryukyu hissed in fury as she could somehow tell the young boy was now looking at her in total distrust. So it was a trap. Izuku muttered, dejected. No. Wait. It was not. The dragon hero yelled immediately, watching powerless as the weak bridge she had barely managed to build between them went destroyed in an instant. I want to be a hero, Ryukyu-sen, but mine is not a quirk. My power is different. And since I am a quirkless, nobody wants me. But still, with great power comes great responsibility, and if I do nothing even while having the power to do so, that I will not be worthy of donning the mantle of the Spider-Man, nor to even just look at myself in the mirror every morning. Izuku admitted with a sad tone. Quit your bullshit. Miruko yelled as she tried to jump him again, only for the dragon form of Ryukyu to land in front of her to stop her sprint and send her a furious glare that stopped her dead in her tracks. Yeah. The dragon growled softly, making the bunny hero finally shut up. Unfortunately, when she looked behind her to see if the young green spider was still there, she saw that the young unlicensed hero had already left in a great hurry to avoid Lady, since she too looked unwilling to talk like a civilized adult with how hard she was cowling while looking for him. Why you stopped me? Miruko demanded with crossed arms. I was talking to him. I was about to have him drop this unlicensed crusade of his and follow me peacefully to get registered. I was this close to resolve the entire issue in a manner that would have assured this city gained another hero to protect its people, and you just had to come down like a mortar shell. To do what? I don't know, since you used your bunny rush attack or whatever, as if he was some villain talking about going on a genocide spree. Ryukyu answered. He dodged me no problem, so I can't see where is the problem. The other woman countered, having at least the grace of looking bashful while trying to avoid the accusing look of the dragon hero. But what if he was not fast enough? You could have blown him right through this entire building, and if that did not kill him on the spot, it would have pretty much assured him we actually don't want him. Okay, maybe I did put too much emphasis on my attack. Miruko muttered with a guilty expression. But what does that "we don't want him" actually mean? She asked, confused. As Gran Torino suspected, he is a quirkless, but at the same time he has powers, or so he said. He talked as if being a Spider-Man was some sort of cosmic mission, and I have the faint feeling there is something actually wrong with him, because no quirkless can dodge that attack of yours even when knowing it's coming, and he still dodged it while you assaulted him from behind with no warning. Ryukyu said with a thoughtful expression. So he has superpowers not coming from a quirk? At least that is what he implied. It would explain why he is an unlicensed hero. He is a living loophole. He is a quirkless, so he can't join the U.S.J high school or any other establishment, but at the same time he has powers akin to a quirk. Even if he asked to join, he would have been rejected because his tests would give negative results. But why not just walking up the desk and say, I have those powers but not a quirk? Can I join? Nobody would deny he can do hero stuff. Miruko said, unable to wrap her head around the thing. Nobody would believe him enough to give him a chance. Superpowers without a quirk? That is pretty much heresy. Nobody will give him the time of day. They will laugh in his face and kick him out like some sort of unfunny jester or a mythomaniac. And yet we have pictures and videos testifying that he has inhuman abilities. We need to also check if he is really a quirkless guy as he says, but I am inclined to believe him, otherwise we would not be having this conversation. Okay, let's say we get him tested and he lacks a quirk but has powers at the same time. What then? The bunny hero asked. We ask him to join a hero school, of course. He wants to be a hero, so much that he is ready to do this illegally, and he still showed results. He has not a license just because of a bureaucratic blind spot. The newspapers are going to go nuts about this. Let them vent. After a week they will forget about the issue in favor of a new scandal of some VIP or whatever. Ryukyu answered. You think we really can talk the kid into joining a school? You tell me, Miruko, can we do this after you clearly went at him with full power and no mercy? Ryukyu asked with crossed arms. Did I get it? Die fed up? No need to read me the riot act, the bunny hero admitted, letting her shoulders drop in defeat. Glad to see you understood. Now the problem will be getting another chance at talking with the kid while everybody else is out for blood. Ryukyu admitted with a sigh as she watched MT Lady and many others still passing the city with a fine comb to look for Izuku, unaware that the boy had long since removed his armor and blended with the crowd of people filling the streets so to stealthily leave the scene in complete anonymity. This does not bode well. The bunny hero admitted. That is a nice way to underplay it. Now come, I think we should report to the others about this entire incident and the new, unconfirmed detail about his powers, and that will mean enlarge our list of possible identities of the Green Spider to include whoever tried joining a hero course even without a quirk in the last year or so. There are not too many, yes? Miruko asked in dread. A couple thousand at the very least. That F-dash, the woman answered. While the two were hurrying back towards the school while calling All Might and the other pro-heroes, from under them a bus quietly turned into the opposite direction, and riding it like a normal civilian, Izuku buried himself slightly into his seat as he watched the other heroes still looking for him with a sad expression on his face. He just wanted to help. He could not have imagined that he would have made his enemy both the hero and the villain side, but he still swallowed his fear hard and tried to find in himself the courage to push forward alone, unaware that few of them did want to give him a chance. But as always, miscommunication had a great skill in making things more difficult than necessary. I'll be a hero him way, somehow. Izuku muttered unsure, feeling more scared than sure of himself. End of chapter. I am not very sure about how this turned out. In Nishida Academy, classroom. It was halfway through the day that Izuku found himself staring at his phone in doubt. He had just gotten a short message from a rather recent contact he had added and he was actually afraid to answer. All or nothing. Turn fear into excitement, the young man muttered to himself as he opened the app to answer. Ochako, you free? Saizu, yes. Oh, I am sorry, I will have to cancel our smoothie today. Sad face. Aizu, is not a problem, nothing bad happened, I hope. Surprised face. Oh, no. Me and my friends are just occupied with something. Aizu, then please have fun. Winky face. Oh, actually, can you keep a secret? Aizu, of course. Laughing face. Oh, you see, we decided to see if we can help stopping the Green Spider hero. They what? Izuku uttered in horror. Aizu, really? Surprised face. Ochako, I know, we are not supposed to do this before getting a license, but it seems like our teachers really need to talk to him. Unfortunately, he is now avoiding every hero like the plague. Izu, I heard he is avoiding them because few pros actually attacked him. Oh yes, Midnight Sensei and Eraser Sensei are very angry about that. There seem to be two groups about this. One that wants to talk to him peacefully, and another that wants to talk to him peacefully. That after beating him into a paste. Izu, oh god. Oh, I am sure they don't mean it literally. We are heroes, we don't beat people. Surprised face. Uraraka-san, I almost got steamrolled by. Maruko last week, they mean that literally, trust me. Izuku muttered while crying fat tears of sorrow. Izu, just promise to not do anything dangerous, please. Ochako, are you worried about me? 3. Izu, yes. Oh, you shouldn't. I am a professional hero after all. Winky face. Izu, true. Laughing face. Izu, just be careful, promise? Oh, I promise. Laughing face. Oh, God. Even texting with girls is amazing. Izuku declared with a beet red face. As he saw her go offline soon after. At the same time, he got a high school classroom. And this is how you talk to boys on the phone, easy, right? Mina Ishido said with a satisfied smile as she kept reading the messages aloud and answering to them for Ochako. The girl herself? She was at the moment floating all the way to the ceiling while covering her beet red face with both hands, having inflicted on herself her own gravity quirk out of embarrassment. Why? You sent him all those emoticons and hearts too. Why? The girl said with a long whine. Because it's part of the magic. Mina answered, smugly. Ribbit. And why you told him about our plans? The rookie frog hero, Tsu, asked. Yeah, what if he tattles on us? Another girl, this one with headphones jacks hanging from her earlobes, added. Oh, come on, Jiro-chan. Those two had planned for a date dash. It was not a date. Ochako denied vehemently from the ceiling. They planned a date, and it was only fair that he knew she was busy with something important, instead of, like, cheating on him. Mina answered. I am not that kind of woman. We know that, Ochako-chan. But what about him? Do you think he knows that, Well, he is a civilian, so the chances of him getting between heroes and their business are abysmally small. He just will not risk it. The invisible girl, Toru, tried saying. And it showed us that he worries about you. Can I then smell some aloe in the air? Mina asked, smirking evilly. We are just friends. Ochako answered. Who, Toru said with a snort. It's true. If you say so, Ribbit. We would not oppose you though, on the contrary, we would help you get him if you want. Ribbit. Tsuyu added. Earls, the floating rookie heroine said with a drawn-out whine of shame. Please focus, what we plan to do is awfully stupid, we will get in trouble if we are discovered. The final girl of the group, a tall beauty with black hair tied into a spiky ponytail, said with a more serious tone. Momo-chan. Don't be a stick in the mud. Mina begged with a childish whine and a pout. I'm not trying to, I am just saying this is not a game. We are trying to capture an unlicensed hero that has been going unstopped for months, and that during the last week alone could avoid continuous attacks from renowned pro heroes whenever they met. We are dealing with somebody that faces people with more experience than us on a daily basis. Just so to talk him into getting registered and maybe join our school as a student, this won't be an easy task. Momo answered with a sigh. Luckily, he seems unwilling to use lethal force, preferring to just subdue his targets with as little violence as possible. Ochako added once finally returned to stand on solid ground. Exactly, this means he is not a violent psychopath playing vigilante, and that means we may be able to talk to him if we both get close enough and do not look threatening enough to at least get his attention. What do you mean with that not look threatening enough? Jiro asked, annoyed. Jiro-san, last week he faced both Ryukyu and Maruko at the same time and managed to escape. We are just a bunch of first years. Between them and us, who will be the biggest threat in his eyes? Momo asked. Tisi. Fine. The other replied, huffing. That is why I am here, I am helping you. A young man with gray hair combed straight down and wearing a face mask said as he joined the group, crossing his multiple arms in front of his chest as soon as he arrived. Mizo. You told him, His senses are the most developed of us all. With his quirk he will be able to locate the green spider faster, and he is a capable fighter, so he will be able to help us should things go south. Momo answered, and behind her Mizo used his quirk to turn the stump tentacles connected to his arms into extra sets of eyes as if to underline the point. I will also make sure nobody will find out by acting as our lookout as well, he added. I guess he is on board now. Tsuyu answered with a defeated croak. Our mission is to talk to the green spider, not defeat him. We need ability and speed more than brute force, remember. Momo said, getting various nods in answer from the girls, and a thumbs up from the floating glove that was Toru's invisible hand. Meanwhile, teacher's lounge. Nothing new. Present Mike asked. Not much, even if Ryukyu's report gave us a new important angle to look through, that is not helping much in narrowing down the list of possible identities. Eraserhead answered, sighing. This is why I don't like how many of you act in this hero business we have ongoing. As soon as somebody tries to overshadow you, even by mistake, you all get violent. Just like kids that don't want their toy stolen. Another teacher said, shaking her head ruefully. Emi-san, you know that is not the issue. Eraserhead tried saying. Please. You know I am right. Nobody here beside me tries to curb this elitist mentality some quirk users get as soon as they discover their powers. They all follow this idea that the value of a hero is measured only through the power of their quirk, and this is the result. As soon as somebody tries to step on their turf, they get bloody territorial. The woman replied hotly, making the others flinch at her words. They are still children, you can't expect them to dash. Please, Midnight. Do not talk extremes with me. You know what I mean. May answered, interrupting the other woman mid-sentence. Returning to the matter at hand, our wayward kid said that he is a quirkless, and that he got his powers from another source. All Might tried saying. At least it sounded like that to me. He talked as if being a Spider-Man was a duty of cosmic proportions, beyond the mere concept of quirk. Ryukyu answered, unsure. Maybe some cult indoctrinated him? Eraserhead tried saying. He doesn't act like a fanatical zealot. He jokes around too much to be one. Those guys do not quip, they just puke around their cult's mantra at any given occasion. Midnight answered while slowly shaking her head. Even then, what cult has spiders in it? What would that be all about even? That we are just flies waiting to be eaten and that we should all become spiders, the man said while scratching his head in confusion. I hope not. I don't want to eat insects, thank you. Present Mike said with heavy shivers of disgust. What is the connection between him, his powers, and being a Spider-Man? Midnight wondered aloud. Is there a connection even? Mike added. It's all connected, man. Gunhead? Are you okay? Midnight asked, worried at seeing him look frozen in place like a statue. I am fine. Just lost down memory lane. Please forgive me, the tall and muscular masked hero said as he momentarily left the room to look outside the corridor's windows while deep in thought. Several years ago, Police Force HQ. A very young gunhead, having just started his career as a pro-hero once finished his studies, was helping several agents to bring a tall and badly beaten man with goat-like appearances and giant horns into one of the cells. And with this, dear Mad Goat should stay put for a while. Gunhead declared with a sigh as soon as the door of the special cell room closed. Thank you for your help. A man with dog features answered, sighing tiredly. It has been an eventful week, Kenji-san? Gunhead asked curious. It always is during summer. I start to believe the heat causes these people to go mad. The man-dog hybrid officer answered with a groan. It's all connected, man. It's all just part of a greater picture. Another voice, this one coming from the cell rooms reserved to normal people, said with a heavy slur. Please ignore him. We found him drugged up to his eyeball and sleeping inside a trash can last night. He is still sleeping off the remaining stuff in his system. The dogman officer said before walking away while shaking his head. You should not throw away your life like this, you know? Gunhead said with a sad tone, walking closer to the stoned young man and squatting down so to meet his bloodshot eyes since the guy just sat on the floor. I shouldn't? You sure? Have you ever felt like your life was just like a too tight shirt? One of those that it's just too much, and just you feel it constrict you, cutting off your air. The man answered. And you tried loosening the shirt? Gunhead asked, confused. Yeah, man. I just wanted to escape the web. The web? We all are trapped in the web of life. Little puppets dancing to the will of God for his amusement. Why do you think only few chosen ones get a quirk? They just want to see us squirm and argue about who's more worthy. And I just wanted to fly free, away from that spider web of bullshit that ties us down. Every night I see the spiders crawl all over me, asking for something. They say I was chosen to become one of them, but I am not fooled. They just want to tie me down tighter than everybody else, but the drags loosen the web, they make me break free and fly, but the effect of this stuff then wears off and I feel the webs return and strangle me. And then my quirk flares to life to show me this angry spider looking at me in disgust as he ties me down again. It's ugly, man. Just too ugly, the stoner answered with a weak, sad voice. Just sleep it off, my friend. Soon everything will get better. Gunhead offered with a kind voice. I won't bet on that if I were you. I am just waiting for the right occasion, then I will break free. Nobody is a prisoner. That web you see is only inside your head. The drags make you see them. I wish it was the truth, the stoner answered with a sigh before climbing on the small uncomfortable bed inside his cell and falling asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. Sleep well, when you wake up you'll see that the world is not such a bad place, the young hero whispered with a small smile before walking away. To his horror, a week later he will learn that a patrol found that same man dead in an alley, having bitten off his own tongue and yet dying with a serene smile on his face while sleeping on a makeshift bed of cardboard. He had even the time to write, "I finally fly free," on the floor next to him with his own blood. Present time. He died lying on a cold, damp street, alone, leaving behind a young quirkless brother that had just married, all just to escape some web that was not there. Gunhead muttered, I remember that case. He was a registered possessor of a prescience quirk. Those are rare. Toshinori, in his civilian form, said with a sad sigh as he joined the man. He had it and his grandfather had it, while his brother and his niece have not inherited it, being instead both quirkless. Sometimes I wonder if he was actually telling the truth instead of just having visions because of the drags. Back in the days somebody theorized that psychotic drags actually made that kind of quirk more powerful, but it has long since been debunked. All Might said, and what if he was saying the truth? About what? We being trapped in an invisible web by some otherworldly giant spider thing. Let's say that he really had been chosen for something by that thing and he killed himself to escape it. What would mean then if years later our green spider instead accepted the job? Gunhead said with a low voice. Let's say it is partly true, what would that job be about then? All Might asked. I don't know, the other answered. Why do I feel like the more we look into him, the less sense things make? I have no clue, Toshinori. Guys, a very fat hero yelled as he ran towards the two. Fat Gum. What's wrong? Gunhead asked. We found him. The boy. Where is he? Toshinori asked. Right outside Inushida Academy, he is fighting against Bull Rush Rodeo. Fat Gum answered. What? Both heroes yelled as one. With Izuku, courtyard of Inushida Academy. Oh motherfucker, a very muscular and tall man, at least 3 meters tall, yelled in fury as he activated his quirk to become a giant furry minotaur-like creature with 2 extremely long bull horns to charge towards Izuku. Press. As soon as the young boy caught both horns in his hands, he went pushed through several walls while his feet skidded on the floor, until his armor deployed the 4 extra spider legs from his spine to anchor him to the ground and finally stop the charge. Yow! What is an infamous American hitman doing in Japan? Izuku, in his green spider persona, asked as he used both horns as a leverage to throw the man-bull away from him. So you know about me, kiddo? The hitman asked with a cruel laugh while wildly stomping down with his now hoof-shaped foot. You are the sworn nemesis of the American hero cow lady. Everybody knows you. Can I have an autograph? Izuku answered, calmly freeing his feet from the trench they had dug on the floor as if nothing was out of ordinary. You are funny, brat. Tell you what. You let me tear one of the little sheets studying here to pieces, and I'll give you that autograph. God damn it, I will even pose for a selfie and sheet. Bull Rush Rodeo answered while blowing out a thick cloud of hot breath from his monstrous bovine snout. The offer is tempting, but the idea of getting it in exchange of a civilian's gruesome death is not worth it, the kid answered. Listen, the American villain hissed. It took me months to track down the son of that rich a-hole that ruined my life. I had to fly here on a death trap only a moron would call a plane because flying from America to Japan costs a fortune. I want to gut that kid, and nor you, nor All Might or even the devil himself will stop me. So move aside, or die. Devil Bull charge, the man roared as he charged again forward. Whip, whip. What he did not expect was to see the small hero he was trying to gut with his horns to jump above him, connect two spiderwebs to his horns and use those as a leverage to start riding his shoulders with both hands holding tight on those same horns and pulling his head back with a strength the villain could simply not fathom as something such a small guy could possess. YW. Come on. Let's go for a ride. Izuku said aloud while pulling on the Minotaur's horns, forcing his head back to a painful degree to the point of driving him outside the school. Like this? Having momentarily switched off the helmet speaker, Izuku asked Friday with an uncertain tone. Yes, the psychological profile from FBI confirmed that this villain is vulnerable to any verbal attack towards his strength and ego once transformed. Debasing him as a weakling will be the fastest way to anger him to the point that the percentage of strategic mistakes committed will rise up to 98%, Friday answered. Isn't it illegal to hack into the secret files of another state? Izuku asked. Very much so, Sir Izuku. But as per Sir Stark's protocols, this kind of laws can be bypassed in case of need. The AI answered. Will I get arrested? Should we be discovered? But I do have in my internal memory the numbers of 137 lawyers that may be able to defend you in court, with the best one in the city bringing the success rate up to 17%. Oh God. Let go of me. Meanwhile, the boy was arguing with the AI of his armor. The villain Bull Rush Rodeo had finally reached the breaking point of his patience as he kept being rode around like a mere bull in a rodeo, making his fury cloud his judgment to the point he was not different from a berserk, mindless beast. Roaring deafeningly, the thing rushed forward, out of the academy and in the middle of the traffic streets, until he found a truck big enough and slam against it at full speed, almost snapping the heavy vehicle in two and finally shocking Izuku off of himself while his head got stuck inside the thing's cargo. I guess this doesn't mean you will calm down, eh? Izuku asked. Not until I have pulled your head out of your butt. BR yelled as he used his bare heads to tear the truck to pieces so to break free and walk towards the boy with heavy steps. That sounds painful. I hope it is. Devil Bull charge. Weak point in the attack trajectory found. Projecting defensive strategy, please follow the instructions on screen. Friday said with her usual calm tone, highlight the mad villain as he charged Izuku. Please God make it work. Izuku begged with a low voice as he braced for impact, but this time when he grabbed the villain's horn he did not try to stop him, but directed his head downwards, making the man dig a long hole on the ground as he advanced until both horns went snapped in two with a loud crack. Sound that reverberated everywhere. Grabbing the sides of his head in pain, Bull Rush Rodeo screamed to the sky his agony, and his eyes barely got back in focus to see Izuku's armored fist come slamming down on his snout with enough strength to slam his head back down on the concrete teeth first, destroying most of them in a pearl-white rain. Whip, 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 whip. Wasting no time, Izuku activated the web bullets protocol of the web shooters mounted on the armor's wrists to shoot several big bullets of condensed webs, soon covering the entire body of the villain with a thick cover that literally glued him to the floor. The dazed Minotaur villain groaned weakly as he failed to break free. Will they hold? What you used are heavy-duty webs, specifically made to immobilize foes with unnatural strength. They solidify and evaporate in half the normal time, but are in exchange able to hold down strong or heavy targets. Friday answered. I hope they will hold him down. Don't worry, kid. We got this. A near policeman said with a helpful tone as several men and women with bulletproof vests immediately neared the villain to inject him with several syringes that forced him to transform back into a human and fall rapidly asleep. The sedative will keep him docile until tomorrow. By then he will be safely tucked in inside a nice cage built for people strong just like him. He will have all the time he needs to calm down while in there. The captain of the entire operation explained as the now snoring villain was slowly loaded on the back of an armored van. Okay. I am not here to arrest you, you know? You saved a lot of kids in there. So, thank you for helping us stop him, the officer said while shaking hands with the bewildered boy. Okay. Izuku said with a strained tone. I know that technically I should tell you off for being unlicensed, but I was assured by a friend that you are not a security risk. But please, talk to Gunhead, he has good intentions, he just wants to talk to you, no traps and no strings attached. He says he can help you getting registered without a single problem. Aye. See. But what's happening then? Somebody stopped you from registering your quirk? It's actually a crime to prohibit or stop somebody from doing it. We can help you if you need, there is no shame in asking for help and we can protect you from whoever doesn't want you to use your quirk, the officer offered with a kind smile. Thank you, I'll think about it. Izuku answered with a low voice. This is my number, when you are ready to ask for help just call me. Having a quirk is a gift not a curse, no matter what people close to you may believe. Just remember that you are not alone. Now go before those nosy journalists or jealous pro-heroes get here to bother you, we'll distract them. The policeman said once given his business card to Izuku and watched him swing away with a small sad smile on his face. With Izuku. That officer was really nice. The problem is that I am not a guy with a quirk that cannot get registered because somebody doesn't want to. It's quite the opposite, sadly. The young man landed on top of a building still under construction to just observe the town under him. It was while in a deep silence, where he just stood there in silence looking down toward the street full of people going through their everyday life that he suddenly turned around. Whip, itch. And once shoot his webs behind him watched as those literally struck nothing instead of the feet of whoever he sensed was trying to sneak on him, and gaining a surprised gasp-sounding female in tone. Please wait, we are not your enemies. Momo said with a calm and slow tone as she and the others floated down on the same tall rooftop thanks to Ochako's quirk. This city is getting awfully hectic nowadays. You are the new pros out to get me? I don't think we have met before. Izuku asked with a joking tone as he jumped slightly back so to stand on a Spider-Man squat on the ledge of the short safety wall of the rooftop. Not exactly, Ribbit. We are not even supposed to be here, to be completely honest. Tsuyu answered. I could tell, you still do not look very comfortable in your hero costumes. Green Spider answered while forcing a chuckle to escape him, especially since he kept getting distracted by how cute Ochako looked in hers. They are still prototypes, yet is that so evident? Mina admitted. Not very. But why then are you hunting me down? Are you not afraid that I will eat you? You yourself look like you would taste of strawberry. The other heroes are hunting me down, maybe I am dangerous. Izuku asked while reclining his head to the side. Eating us? But you want a taste of me? Mina answered with an amused tone before giving him a saucy wink. I am detecting a reaction to that wink. Please do not cheat on Miss Uraraka, Sir Izuku. Friday warned him, making him splutter a bit too loud, thing that had Mina smirk in victory at his reaction. I am afraid that there is a mistake. Exception made for a couple of extreme cases, the majority of the heroes have good intentions now. You have greatly demonstrated that you have good intentions, they want to know why you are not registered nor part to any academy for quirk users, Green-san. Mizo answered while creating extra hands on his tentacles to try tearing away the webs imprisoning Toru's feet. They are not bulging, the invisible girl said with a worried whine. Sorry, I sensed you're sneaking on me and acted out of instinct. Izuku answered. You felt me coming? Without seeing me. Hua. How? That's a secret, the boy answered with a sing-song tone, and surprised to briefly managing to see the outline of her body thanks to the thermal sensor built into the armor once shortly tried to turn it on. Uff, she replied with a pout honestly nobody could see. Please get registered. Nobody wants to hurt you or even arrest you. Up until now you have showed your willingness to be a hero, so they are not treating you like a villain yet, but if you continue things may change. While people may be happy, the various heroes are afraid that you are setting a precedent, you are not doing vigilante job, but somebody may do it one day just to follow your example. Ochako said with an honest tone. I want to be a hero. But how can you assure me they will give me a chance? I tried asking to join the AU high school, but as soon as they saw my file they would all just say that she was pretty rude and sadistically happy to tell me where somebody, or something as she kept saying, like me could stick my wish to become a hero. The words she actually used are not the kind of things one is supposed to say in polite society, especially in front of girls. Izuku explained. And the other schools? So you asked. Way gentler, at least they treated me like a human, but the answer was always the same. No quirk, no admission. You have not a quirk? Mizo asked, confused. My powers are not a quirk. I am a totem, a bridge between human and spider and a node in the web of life and destiny. When I was taught how to become a Spider-Man, I decided that I would have helped fighting evil, that I would have become a hero. Even at the cost of becoming an illegal hero. Izuku answered. Those video lessons of Peter had actually been the very last ones in the compilation he left him before returning to his world, and by far, those same lessons had been actually the hardest to swallow, especially the bloody history of death and rebirth the other Spider-Man of other dimensions had lived through to defend that web from whoever wished to destroy it. Please come with us then. We'll talk to our teachers. If you get through few tests, the same ones we all had to pass through to join our school, you will be able to show that you have powers. Then quirk or not, nobody will be able to say you do not deserve to join the hero course and get your license. Momo answered. Rip it. You aren't even a boring guy, you would make a lot of friends as well. Tsuyu admitted. A lot of friends? People like you? Izuku asked, chuckling. Yeah, why not? You are getting the pros angry because you are stealing the show, but us? We are still stuck in class. Okay, maybe a few of us may be angry that you are already out kicking butt, but the majority I think will understand. So, friends. Mina answered, shamelessly marching up to him to present her hand. That I'll trust you. Once listened to his spider sense for a couple seconds, Izuku grabbed that hand to shake it, making the girls smile in victory. There you are. At that came the furious roar of MT Lady that enlarged herself in an instant right behind the two kids, and without even waiting for her transformation to finish, she tried slamming both her hands together to grab Izuku unaware that Mina was there as well. Kaya! Mina shrieked in surprise as she found herself hold tightly against the boy's chest with one arm while he swung both away with the other. Whip. You okay? Izuku asked as soon as both landed to safety on top of a near building. Yeah, that caught me by surprise. How did you dodge that? Mina asked. I have a good sixth sense and a DMN fast reaction time. Please wait here, she wants me so she won't hurt you, he answered before hurrying away, dodging midair Lady's hand by a hair as she tried to grab him. Stop it. He said he will get registered. Toru yelled as loud as she could. I'll deal with you later. Now let me capture him, he will get registered from the safety of a cell room, the Titanic woman yelled in answer. You demon moron. Cut it off. Miruko said as she too joined the scene, distracting MT Lady long enough to help Izuku dodge yet another grabbing attempt by her giant hand. Over here. Midnight said from the opened window of an apartment complex, hoping to catch Izuku's attention only to scream in dismay as he almost went squashed by the giant hero as soon as he tried to reach her and forcing him to bounce from the wall next to her to propel himself forward and away. Miruko! You won't steal him from me. I will be the one to arrest him. Lady yelled as she kept chasing the boy through the city. Miruko-san. He wants to join us. We talked to him. Mina yelled as soon as the bunny hero landed near her. Yeah, we suspected as much. But who are you? She answered. A bunch of my students, that I will punish once this is over. Midnight screamed in answer. We thought that maybe somebody as non-threatening as a student could have been able to get close enough to talk to him. Momo explained as soon as Miruko brought Mina to them. Good thinking on paper, but absolutely bad in practice. You had no way to know if he was dangerous or not. If somebody asked, I talked you all into doing this to help me getting close to him. Miruko answered, groaning. Really? Kako said shocked. Yeah, but this is a one-time deal, so do not get used to it. You are still too young to do field work without supervision, she answered. Miruko, chase that idiot. I'll try to do the same. Midnight yelled while hurrying away to leave the apartment complex and chase MT Lady. Yeah. Go back home, girls. Things had just got too hectic for a couple students, okay? Miruko ordered them before jumping forward at full power and ricocheting from a building to the other to chase the giant rampaging woman. Help, Toru said, still glued to the floor by the webs. I'll try to use my acid, hold still. Mina offered. What? Trust me, she answered. She is out to hurt him, Ochako said, worried. Should we help him? So you asked. That would mean fighting against a pro hero. Mizo answered, pulling Toru free just an instant before Mina's acid could actually touch her skin instead of melting just the webs. It would not be fighting her, just helping him escape and secretly bringing him to dash. Boom! To the students' horror, they saw MT Lady slap something hard and launch something faintly human-shaped through an entire building and then inside the one right behind it in a giant cloud of dust. Oh my god! Mina muttered in horror. With Midnight, what the hell have you done? Midnight yelled in a maddening mixture of shock and fury. I don't mean to that, I was just, the giant woman stammered, just as horrified as she was. Oh god! No. Miruko yelled as she hurriedly entered the ruins of what used to be a mere apartment complex that now looked like a meteor just ran through it. Hey, to say something. Come on, the bunny hero said, frantically, as she made her way through the wreckage of an entire floor having collapsed onto the one right under it thanks to the fury behind Lady's slap that sent the young hero flying. Kamui Woods. It was then that she saw tendrils of wood clear the rubble in front of her to help her advance. That idiot did it this time. You check on the right, I'll go to the left. The masked wood user offered while further clearing the path thanks to his quirk. Okay, the first to find him calls the other. Miruko answered. Good. I can help. MT Lady tried saying from outside. You stay put. You did way too much already. Midnight roared with bestial rage, joining the search herself from the lower floors up. Okay, the giant hero answered with a meek tone. I found something. Kamui Woods yelled from an isolated corner of a more secluded hallway. Blood that he is wounded. Miruko said tersely. And judging by the weight distribution of his footprints, he is limping heavily. Kamui Woods added, watching in apprehension the long trail of bloody handprints their target also left on the side of the wall. He must have jumped down that window. Midnight said while pointing at an open window where they saw a long rope of web leading down to ground level. He must have escaped from there, we must find him, he needs medical help. Midnight said, immediately using the same web to follow him. This is all my fault. Miruko said between clenched teeth. What happened? Kamui Woods asked while they both followed their colleague. I was trying to make that moron see reason and stop attacking him. Unfortunately, I only made her angrier until I happened to intersect one of her grabbing attempts and almost got squashed before he saved me. At that she must have lost control and instead of grabbing him she went to swat him away. He took the full swing just to pull me out of harm's way midair with his webs instead of dodging it. The bunny hero explained with a guilty tone. 1. It is not your fault. Lady just got too angry and momentarily misjudged her strength. And 2nd, that was not a full power slap. She just threw him instead of simply grabbing him. I saw her use a full power slap. Had she done that, he would have been reduced to just a smear on the floor. Even if it's a miracle if he is still alive, let alone able to walk away by himself. That armor probably saved his life. Kamui Woods answered. Did we create a new villain? Hard to say. I found some car tire tracks, either he stole it or somebody helped him. Midnight said once the two reached her. Too young and too wounded to drive himself, probably he managed to get some help. Kamui Woods answered while shaking his head. Let's check the hospitals, they must have took him to a close one. Just in case, I grabbed a blood sample before cleaning the rest away from the wall as per procedure. We can easily learn who he is thanks to the quirk test, if he took one at least once. Miruko answered, showing a napkin smeared in red she had carefully folded and kept in her pockets. Good thinking. He may have gone to his place since hospitals would be the first place we would visit to look for him. Midnight answered. Me and MT Lady will check the hospitals. You two go see if we can use his blood to get his name. We will check his family as well. Kemi said, Okay. Let's go, Miruko. I'll go ahead. I am the fastest of the two. The bunny hero sprang to action and hurried away at blurring speed. 1 hour later, Midoriya household. Bang. 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 Inko was just finishing the last touches for the dinner when she heard somebody slamming their fist on the door in complete despair. What the? Open up. Hurry. I need help, the male voice from the other side yelled frantically. What's wrong? She asked while spying from the door's peephole to see a scared man holding in his arms the unconscious form of her son, covered in blood and with an eye swollen closed. Izuku! The woman yelled while pulling the door open as hard as she could to let the man inside. Where can I put him? We need to heal him, the man begged. This way, she answered, guiding him inside, soon followed by another woman holding in her arms a very young girl with white hair. My wife is a nurse. Do you have anything we can use? A first aid kit or something? He asked while putting Izuku on the sofa. I'll go take it. Wait for me. Inko said, immediately. Daddy, the girl said with a sad tone. We will help your hero, have no fear. Mommy and Daddy will help him, the girl's mother said while putting her on the same sofa, and to her surprise their girl moved to hold Izuku's head on her lap. I know, Mommy. I saw it, the blind girl replied with a small smile. Here it is. Inko yelled as she joined them. Good, please boil some water, I'll need to sew few wounds closed, and bring here some clean sheets. I need to improvise something for his broken arm, the mother said while immediately setting to treat the easiest wounds first. Okay. Have no fear, Izuku. The Great Weaver won't let one of his precious totems die that easily. They got tired to see that happen. The kid assured the unconscious boy with a gentle smile while petting his hair. The Great what? Her father muttered. I have no clue, the kid's mother answered, totally confused as to what their girl was talking about. Here starts the closure of the tiny unlicensed hero arc. I know it was very small, but honestly, anything longer would have become stale if you ask me. So next chapter will deal with the closure of the thing and Izuku will finally join the AU high school for some nice hero training. Thank you for reading this story. Midoriya household, 1 week after the incident. Inko Midoriya was a very strong woman. She had upheld the weight of motherhood by herself after the birth of her son gave the last push to the already strained relationship with her husband, a man more interested in his job than anything else, and even if he still sent some money home to help along, she hardly ever thought about him. But Izuku, her baby boy, was her famous ray of sunshine and the greatest treasure of her life, and something she knew she could not do without, not now or ever. And now she was watching her beloved boy lie in bed still unconscious after a generous couple took him home from what she then discovered was a tremendous incident with a pro hero, one that in a moment of blind anger overstepped and reduced her son to a wreck. The arm and leg are already getting better, such a quick healing is astounding, and yet, it's what we need to help him recover without any complication, the woman looking over him said in elation while switching Izuku's bandages with clean ones. If only he told me he was that green spider vigilante, maybe I could have stopped him and made him see reason. And now you are helping me so much, why? Inko asked, overwhelmed. But, because we owe your son a lot. Not too long ago a pro hero mistakenly set our apartment on fire, and that would have killed our daughter had your son not put his own life at risk to save her. We are returning the favor by making sure he recovers, the woman answered, tenderly looking at the unconscious boy with grateful eyes. My daughter has a prescience quirk that is incredibly developed, and I knew that people would have tried to use her had they known, so with the help of my wife we falsified her test so to have her be considered quirkless like us, and life went on happily. Then one day she said that she would have died burned alive once reached her 10th birthday. Can you imagine hearing that from your child after countless other predictions coming through as legit? So we fireproofed our life, making sure nothing even remotely similar to fire or linked to it could come closer than 100 meters from our little Ichiko, the woman's husband added. She can't walk by herself and she was born completely blind, unable to see, and yet she could still describe our apartment clearly together with the heat of the flames, as if all we did was for nothing. Then one day she told us that her vision changed, that a young hero would have come to save her, linking his fate to hers, and when the fire happened, he came. A young kid came barging in to save our little treasure. I had lost hope about her precognition being wrong when we saw your son jump out of a window with her in his arms, unharmed, the woman said, looking ready to cry. Then last week we were getting back home. Flashback street. An unassuming family car was peacefully traversing a side street to join the traffic of midday. Inside it, a simple salaryman and a nurse were chatting with their daughter on the back seat to help her not succumbing to boredom while they waited for the slow giant mass of cars to finally dislodge and return to move. Lots of people today, the man said, sighing. I told you we should have not wasted time, his wife replied with a knowing smirk. It was not me, the one that chatted with her nurse friends until the last minute, he answered, making her pout. Those are details. I am free today, so maybe I overdid a little, she answered with a low voice. The short scream of pain of their daughter managed to cut through their lazy arguing like a searing hot blade, making both adults immediately look back at her with scared eyes. Daddy, he's going to die. He's going to die, little Ichiko yelled in tears as she kept crying in despair. Who's going to die, sweetie? Please tell us, the girl's mother asked with a calm tone while her husband carefully prepared the car for escape just in case any of them was the target of his daughter's vision. He's going to die. Daddy, save him. My friend is going to die. Who? Her mother pressed on. Izuku. He saved me and now he is going to die, the kid yelled, still in tears. The one that saved her? From the fire? The man asked. What do you think? The woman asked back. Where is he? The man finally asked his daughter. As on cue they saw the green spider escape from a clearly angry MT lady that overstepped the entire line of traffic with a jump so to not lose ground while chasing him, all this while Miruko chased her, desperately trying to stop the giantess from doing something stupid. Isn't that the green spider? Chased by him, lady, and she seems sad, the man answered, unsure. It's him, daddy. The green spider is Izuku. A giant woman will hurt him, Ichiko said, between hiccups. Damn it. Chase them, the woman ordered to her husband. Should not be too hard, she is tall as a skyscraper, he answered, pulling back and forcing his way out of the traffic and into a side street to chase the three heroes. After a short chase, there he is. The deafening explosion of Izuku's fly made the ground shake heavily, and in a sense, the cloud of dust his landing produced actually helped the family to locate the right building he was in. Wait here, I am going in, the man said as he rapidly left the car. Before he could actually try to find a way in though, he saw Izuku slowly descending from a window with a long rope of web held in one hand, the other arm was instead clearly broken as it hung limp at his side. Over here, I'll help you, the man said with a gentle tone as he helped Izuku move his sane arm on his shoulders so that both could slowly walk towards the car as soon as he saw him remove his costume. Hey, you are the father of that girl, the boy said with a weak whisper while being half-dragged. Yes, she recovered fully and she hardly stopped talking about you for weeks, the other answered, smirking. Sorry, Izuku answered. Nothing to be sorry about, hey? The man said before feeling the young hero drop like dead weight and hang lifelessly from his shoulder. Hey! Hey! He fainted. Bring him in, the man's wife yelled with an urgent tone. Help me, he answered, and with her help, both managed to make the kid lie down on the back of the car with his head on their daughter's lap. Where do we take him? The woman asked. The hospital? The man said. It will be the first place they will check while looking for him. I heard the rumors. Many pro-heroes want him arrested and questioned. And after that attack from Lady, I don't want to risk some overly zealous masked fool going overboard again in their interrogation, she answered. Our place? He then said. Your mother will ask too many questions if we bring a half-dead boy inside her apartment. I can give you the address of Sir Izuku's home. Friday answered aloud from the armor speakers. Ah, and the surprise almost made the poor man drive his car against a couple parked ones out of fear. And of the flashback? An AI? Inko asked. Apparently there is more about his armor than many thought. The woman replied. I see. Have no fear, everything will be all right. Ichiko said with a blinding smile. I hope so, darling, the girl's mother answered with a sigh. Meanwhile, EU High School, Teacher's Lounge. Lawyers were not famous for their quirks, but their knowledge of laws and the bloodthirst they showed when defending those same laws was just as terror-inducing as any powerful, world-ending quirk all the same, making them a fierce enemy for anybody to face and one many pro-heroes would prefer to never cross paths with in their entire lifetime. The room was in fact utterly silent as every rookie pro-hero that had took part to the hunt for the green spider was sitting with their backs straight like a plank as those same lawyers that had summoned them all in there kept listing the true depths of deep sheet. They all were in, and in great detail at that, everything further aggravated by their seniors pro-heroes looking at them in sadness or even shame. So, to conclude, we can now safely say that you finally recognize how badly you all tackled this. The judge at the head of the small contingency of lawyers that had rounded up the pro-heroes said once finished the initial review of the situation. We had no way to know if the green spider had a hidden agenda that needed him to gain people's trust before some grandiose final act, and I can only guess many of the ones chasing after him were growing restless about this nebulous, secret plan of his. The principal of the school, Nizu, answered while sipping his tea without a care in the world. Nizu-kun, be honest with me. We have known each other for years. What the hell happened here? Had the guy been a normal villain, we would not be here. Instead, I got flooded in angry emails of people arguing about a hero almost murdering another. There are talks about a class action against a long list of pro-heroes for the damages they did while hunting him, and we both know that this is just a good excuse to ask for further compensation for older damages done by those same heroes. Only this time they may actually have enough material to get things their way. Thanks to this. The judge, an owl man with very large golden eyes, countered while rubbing his forehead. You know as well as I know that I won't go down too many details. Nizu answered. I see. Turn off the recorder. But, sir, one of the lawyers tried saying. Do it. Yes, sir. Thank you. Dear you, want to be the one opening our little unofficial talk? Nizu asked. So, that I was chasing him like usual. I wanted to arrest him for being an unregistered quirk user. My plan was to capture him without too much of a fuss and bring him to the police force where he would then be registered. Yu Takayama, also known as MT Lady, answered with a low voice. We have reports of you being between the most vicious when dealing with him and several videos, few of which extrapolated from your own live streams. Show your actions to be way more physical than necessary for somebody going for capture only. One of the lawyers said while showing to the heroes few short videos on the tablet she was holding. In there you and many others seemingly ganged on the green-clad, unlicensed hero from multiple sides, or that at least was what one would guess while watching the video, but it was clear that it was only because of Izuku's abnormal reaction time if he could avoid capture, but it was always a way too close thing to make it look like the boy was feeling comfortable. But let's say that you did your best to capture him alive and unharmed. What happened then? Throwing him through a building is hardly a proper capture maneuver, unless the target in question has showed being a serious security risk for everybody, something that leaves a hero with no other answer except violence. I was getting nervous every day more. I was afraid of losing credibility because the newcomer was having success fast. And when he kept escaping me for the umpteenth time, I just snapped. I barely remember what happened. I was too angry to think rationally. So when he pulled Miruko away from me and I felt my hand close around his body, I just threw him. I didn't want to hurt him, just scare him a little. The woman, not wearing her hero costume this time, answered with a miserable expression. Scare him into quitting being a hero? The owl asked with one of his bushy eyebrows raised a little. Miss Takayama? Yes, she finally admitted, looking down in complete shame. To her relief, both Miruko and Ryukyu were sitting at her sides and immediately grabbed her hands to show their support, making her show a tiny, weak smile in answer. "Miss Usajiyama," the Owlman then said. "Yes." The woman known as Miruko the Rabbit Hero answered, already sweating profusely. "You have been instead reported as switching side and passing from hunting him down to trying to talk to him. Just out of curiosity, what made you change plans?" It doesn't take a genius to understand that we were basically bullying a newcomer into laying low so to not make us look bad in comparison, but apparently I am not even close at being a genius since it took Ryukyu growling at me in her dragon form to make me realize that I was going too far in chasing him, the Rabbit Hero admitted with a sigh. "I knew it, you always were the more level-headed one of the bunch, Ryuko," the owl said, sounding proud of her. "Thank you, Hayashi-san," the dragon heroine answered with a nod and a smile. "Now, let's be clear here. The boy is an unlicensed, yes. He was doing hero work without a permit, yes. But he happened to help only in very small crimes, pickpockets, apartment robbers, carjacking, jocks pointing a knife at small store owners for whatever pittance was in their cash register, stuff usually left to the police force to resolve instead of heroes. Very rarely he faced other quirk users, and when he did he still somehow followed protocol, albeit in his own way," another lawyer said while showing from his tablet a video from a bank robbery. "Video. Put everything into the bags, hurry." A masked robber with an octopus quirk, recognizable from the inhumanly big head and extra arms, was seen yelling while pointing 8 guns at the cashier. Behind him, other robbers were rapidly rounding up hostages and other cashiers to harvest as much money as possible before their barricades at the door could be blown up by either police or heroes. It was then that from outside the emergency camera's field of view 2 ropes of webs came to snatch up one of the more isolated thieves, one covering his mouth and the other pulling him upward towards the ceiling by the ankles. Unfortunately, the sound of the man's head slamming painfully on the floor to knock him out alerted the rest of the group. "Hero," one of the others said, causing the armored Izuku to drop from the ceiling and assault the other 4 men. End of the video. The entire operation lasted 5 minutes. In the end, this boy, as we later discovered by interviewing the agents on the scene, was asked to distract those criminals long enough for the police force to break in and join the arrest. 2 agents were lightly wounded by the gunfight while this kid and the ringleader, the man with the octopus quirk, battled by themselves. None of the hostages was wounded or killed, and that armor of his showed being bulletproof as it withstood the initial bullet spray from the villain. The same lawyer explained after closing the video. "What do you think?" Gunhead asked with a whisper from the sidelines. The idea was there. The initial maneuver for a silent takedown was performed rather well for somebody doing self-study on hero tactics, but he still grossly misjudged timing and the position of the other robbers. Had he started from the one on the opposite side of the room, he would have at least managed to capture that one without alerting the others. Had he acted faster, of course. Eraserhead answered with a whisper himself. "Now, we need to go through the ugly part," the Owlman said with a sigh. "I am afraid to hear it, if up until now we were in the good part," Nizu admitted. "Then get ready. The general public, as you can imagine, is ready to crucify the ones responsible for this incident, especially since the victim is a hero of the common man, a quirk user that to their knowledge left all the flashy battles to others while he himself simply helped along in small matters. For FS sake, Nizu-kun. That boy saved a cat stuck on a tree. Since when that happens outside comic books? He is unregistered and so he does not take parts to the hero course. He does not fight against quirk-using villains unless he is the only one around and basically just tries to not make a nuisance of himself while doing miserably small acts of heroism. So how can somebody like him be a danger to a pro-hero's career? The owl asked, incredulous. What about his fight against Bull Rush Rodeo? The hero known as Mr. Brave blurted out. He took a mad hitman with bull powers that gets a very short temper when transformed away from a school full of quirkless kids before he could gut one of them, as he openly and shamelessly admitted he wished to do. So I guess we can forgive the boy for that one incident. Then there was his helping people get out from under the ruins of that shopping mall you and that acid-spitting villain fought through. Do you remember that incident? A lot of people do, especially the ones that need it. Surgery for their broken limbs after part of the ceiling gave in and fell on them. I remember that. Mr. Brave admitted with a low voice. Will you shut up then? The judge asked. Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Nizuku-an, if I held this small meeting here instead of a courtroom is just because we have a past together, but this doesn't mean you are not in deep shit. People are angry. This is just another incident of heroes overdoing and making damages, and people are getting tired of it. It's an issue if the thing is an incident, but another if one of you willingly destroys something. We get it, Hayashi. We'll implement more strict rules regarding collateral damages, but you are a smart man, you know we cannot stop that from happening at all. Nizu answered. I know that, especially since many insurance companies make a killing every year with their hero damages clauses. But why is that kid not here? He had a lot of close calls in the past since he is an amateur, so if he wants to keep being a hero he needs to get some professionals to teach him. I know, but he is surprisingly fast in avoiding our small traps to talk to him. Then can you at least tell me why all this is happening? I know the other vigilantes out there. They either are violent heroes that see themselves as judge, jury, and executioner wrapped into one, or simply are renegades that see most of the rules of being a pro-hero as too restricting and prefer just to follow the few rules suitable to their style, and that kid does not fall in any of these categories. Is he a social experiment of yours nobody else knows about until it's too late and things spiral out of control? Hayashi asked with a tired voice. Not this time. The problem is slightly bigger than that. He is a quirkless. As far as we know. Nizu answered, and the many pro-heroes, old and rookie, that were unaware of that fact looked at the school principal with bulged-out eyes. What? Was the unanimous chorus of the ones not in the know. I see, so it's all about gadgets? The Owlman asked. Neither, Hayashi-kun. Are you aware of any gadget that gives to normal humans that agility or reaction time? Because I calculated it. A normal human on average has a reaction time of 0.25 seconds. The fastest reaction time in the animal kingdom belongs to the star-nosed mole that sits around 8 milliseconds. And that kid managed to cover the mouth of a gun in webs to clog it after the trigger was pulled but before the bullet could actually come out. If not a quirk, do you know any drag or technology able to give that speed to a normal human? Nizu asked. No. But if it's not a quirk and it is not science, then what the hell is it? A couple of our students managed to meet him by chance and got to talk with him, we guess because since they were just students and not even rookie pro-heroes he did not see them as a threat. In their talk he described himself as a totem, somebody bridging human and spider, along something about being a node in some sort of web of life, or something. Miruko answered, and unknown to everybody thanks to his mask, gun-head wide eyes of horror went completely unnoticed, but his loud hissing intake of air didn't. You okay? All Might asked in concern. Yes. Just go on, don't mind me. The tall muscle mountain answered, forcing a weak chuckle out. So he has not a quirk, but he has powers. Is that magic then? Hayashi asked, clearly not believing a single word. Last time I saw magic I was 13 and was having a birthday party. That guy was a beast at guessing the right card. But let's be honest, we have a blood sample of him that we collected from the incident site and tested as belonging to a quirkless human male preteen. And yet we all saw him pull out feats not human in nature on a regular basis. Beside his webs being artificial he has powers, and if those powers are not coming from a quirk, beside other genetic mutations caused by science, what does this leaves us with? Aliens or magic, no matter how unbelievable this sounds. Gran Torino answered. What about his armor? The Owlman asked. To my knowledge we as a race do not possess the right technology to build an armor able to do that. Our most advanced pieces of technology are the robot villains we use in our entrance test, and they are bulky, clunky, and large. That armor is skin-tight. Where would he put the overly complicated parts able to give him those powers? Toshinori asked back. Nanomachines? One of the lawyers muttered with a low voice. I too watched that movie last week, but that was CGI. We are talking real life here. Eraserhead answered. So we are back to square one. Either the boy is a genius and he figured out a way to create a suit giving him quirk-like powers, or he got those same powers from another source straight out of a fantasy novel. Please tell me the boy is just a super genius. I had to stop believing in magic and aliens when I entered college and it was a trauma for me. Hayashi begged with a groan. We'll need to find him if you want an answer, Hayashi-kun. Nizu answered. That's another problem. We can cover his being quirkless and yet with powers easy enough, but he has not been seen around at all after the incident. People are starting to think that he died and you all have hidden the corpse in some shallow hole to hide the scandal. What? No. Miruko, Kamui Woods and Lady yelled at the same time. Please calm down, I am only reporting facts. That may just be the vocal minority, but it's growing in size. If that boy does not pop up again, the police force will be forced to open a case of attempted murder, and Yu-san will be the prime suspect. Nanananananano. I am not a murderer. I am not a murderer. I am a hero. I am empty lady, defender of justice. Yu yelled, her tone full of primal terror as she got up in her fear-induced fervor. You threw somebody through a building. It's a miracle the last 2 floors on top of the place were empty and there were no victims. An entire floor collapsed on top of another. Have you any idea how many people could have gotten hurt? The one he flew through first was just a bunch of offices, so the damage is minimal, but the one he landed into was a brand new complex full of apartments just waiting to be attributed to people. You could have injured hundreds of innocent bystanders had it been already open to the public. The owl man roared back, making her fall back down sitting on her chair. Listen well, that boy must come up alive, and you better pray he won't bring this to court otherwise. You'll be in trouble. Should he be alive and for some miracle not press charges, we can chalk this up as an incident and just have you do community service in helping along in rebuilding and repairing both buildings. But if he winds up dead, you are screwed. There is no other way to put this, the judge explained. Okay. You answered, looking already on the verge of tears. Talk, talk, talk. Come in. Nizu answered as the rapid knocking on the door cut through the deep silence inside the room. I have a name. I know who he is. Midnight, the +18 heroine said as soon as she entered the room. You found the identity of the green spider? Hayashi asked. I am aware of this being utterly illegal, but I asked her to cross that blood sample we got with the registers of the various hospitals in the city and hoped to find him, if he actually took a quirk test before. And he clearly did. Nizu explained. Oh, God. Have you any idea what a giant hole you just blasted in that kid's right to privacy? The owl man uttered in dread. The situation was getting ridiculous, so I decided to get a more direct approach. Just this time I will pretend I suffered a momentary lapse of amnesia and will forget this federal crime you all just committed. Who is he? The owlman asked. I have his name and picture here. Midoriya Izuku, 14 years old, he will turn 15 soon. Midnight answered. Beige. At that Yoshinori puked out a big mouthful of blood that almost undid his All Might transformation. All Might. The assembled heroes yelled as one in shock. And that made sure nobody noticed the young girl that had tried going there to ask Eraserhead for help in something and that heard the same revelation. And if Ochako Uraraka had not puked out blood herself at hearing that particular detail about the boy she met in a kinda sorta morose date and whose sudden silence in messages was making her worry sick, it was merely a close call in itself. You had rebound just at hearing that now? Gran Torino asked with a low voice. Are you hurt? Hayashi asked, very worried. Don't worry, it's just a new training regimen that got me a little more worked up than usual, the legendary pro-hero answered with a blinding smile, hoping his lie will cover the deep sense of dread he was feeling at the moment so that it won't show up on his face. Just take it easy, I beg you, last thing we need is losing you to some macho training. Nizu answered, although the way he looked at Yoshinori made it clear he had immediately saw through the man's bullshit excuse. Of course, Principal Nizu. Do we have an address or something? Hayashi asked. I checked and we have one. The problem is, his mother reported his absence to Inushida Academy justifying it as him being run over by a car. Midnight answered, slowly. Okay, that may be convincing enough to cover the wounds caused by Yusan's attack, but the doctors that checked on him say he has yet to wake up. I just talked with the school principal before coming here and he confirmed it. I had to pretend to be a friend of his family, the heroine finished saying, causing a tense silence to befall on the room. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. Oh god. I put a kid in a coma. Or he is a vegetable now or dash. Calm down, breath slowly, we will fix this. Ryukyu said while stopping Emi Lady Scared rambling with a calm and slow tone, helping her colleague to breath normally instead of hyperventilating. We can fix this if he wakes up. Hayashi added with a sour expression. Don't be so negative. We can try ask Recovery Girl to use her quirk. She should be able to speed up his recovery and wake him up if he is not in a too deep coma. Nizu proposed. I'll take her there. Gunhead said immediately. Okay, that was an unexpected offer, but a welcomed one. Go ask if she can go, better not to move the boy. Nizu answered. I'll ask my secretary to accompany him, he'll keep us informed through the phone. Toshinori added rapidly, while referring to his more skinny form as a separate entity from him. Okay, just please, let's get this over with. We'll be on our way then, Gunhead declared as he rapidly walked out of the room. As soon as Ochako saw the group exit, she immediately accosted both Midnight and Gunhead. Please can I come too? She asked. You heard us. Gunhead asked back worried. I was here to talk to Eraserhead Sensei. I needed help with the last lesson and dash. I remember now. You were having a date with the boy. You had already captured him and nobody noticed. Midnight said with a knowing tone. It was not a date. We are just FF friends. Ochako answered immediately, face completely red. Oh, just friends? Yeah, just friends. Let her come, Gunhead, she wants to see if her boyfriend is okay or not. The heroine declared with an evil smirk. Beep, wah, the student replied, soon floating helpless towards the ceiling in embarrassment. Worst case of denial I have ever seen. That's cute. Gunhead replied, honestly impressed. I am not in denial. 1 hour later, in front of Izuku's house. There it is, this is the place. Toshinori said as soon as they got out of the car. Nice neighborhood. Midnight admitted. That's the house, let's go. Gunhead added, contrary to the others he was looking at the house in worry. It can't be a coincidence, two people can't be talking of the exact same web. Today is exactly 10 years since that man died. What's behind this mess? The tall hero thought, unsure. That web had already driven a man to suicide and had now put a kid into a coma. If there really was some sort of cult behind it, the pro-hero was determined to erase it, on the broken bones of its leader if he needed to. He is here. Ochako muttered. Everything is going to be okay, kid, I am here just for that. The very short old woman, Recovery Girl, closing the group answered with a kind smile. Oh. I'll ring. Cowards. Midnight said with an annoyed huff once seen that for some reason neither Toshinori nor Gunhead seemed eager to ring the bell on the gate. Ding dong. The overly cheerful chime reached their ears as they saw a cautious pair of eyes peek through the curtains only to hastily drop them to hide inside. That I told you coming here in costumes was a bad idea. Toshinori said with a groan. Last time she saw a hero, one almost killed her son. You can't blame her. Midnight answered. KK killed. Ochako repeated with a pale face. Not really, it's a long story. Recovery Girl answered while patting her. Ding dong. Madam, please open, we have not bad intentions. We want to help your son heal and wake up. We are not enemies, please trust us. Gunhead said aloud, hoping to be heard. I don't think she dash. Click. Never mind. Good job. Midnight said, impressed, as soon as the gate's opening interrupted her rebuttal. What do you want? Inko asked while peeking from the door as soon as the group reached the entrance of her house. I am here to see if I can speed up your boy's recovery. I am pretty good at healing. Recovery Girl answered, simply. Recovery Girl. Ichiko's mother was heard gasping from inside. You know her? Inko asked back, unsure. Everybody in my hospital does. Her quirk is very famous and it may actually help Izuku wake up. Oh, then why you want to help us? We know he's the green spider and dash. Oh, never heard of that name. Inko asked immediately, feigning ignorance. Miss Midoriya, please? Gunhead asked. It's about his safety and health, nothing else. That I'll keep an eye on you all, she finally conceded, moving aside to let the group in. Thank you. Gunhead answered, and the short woman could somehow tell he had a gentle smile under his mask. This way, please. First time in a boys' room? Midnight asked, smirking at Ochako's nervous expression. Please, now is not the time. Toshinori answered, rolling his eyes. Here he is, happy to see him reduced like that? Feeling vindicated? Inko asked with a bitter tone. No, because we are not villains, thank you. Midnight answered, equally bitter and annoyed. The room was small, simple, clean, the room of a normal teen with an obsession with heroes, especially All Might, and Toshinori felt both touched and guilty about the sheer weight of trust the boy was ready to give him to become a hero himself. He even has this poster. Night Eye will burst a vein if he knows who did beat him in buying this. Toshinori muttered as he looked with sad eyes at the entire collection. How much did the kid use to implicitly trust him? Did he still do? Gunhead instead was looking in horror to the man standing in a corner while holding a baby girl in his arms. He knew that man. Izanagi? Kuminosu Izanagi, he asked. How do you know my brother's name? The other answered with narrowed eyes. Izanagi? Midnight asked with a snort. I guess you never were cursed with a father obsessed with classical literature then. The man replied with an angry hiss. Let me guess, if your brother was Izanagi, you are Izanami then? The woman guessed, already on the verge to laughing herself dead. My parents hoped for a boy and a girl when they were told they were having twins, yes. Ichiko's father answered with a bestial growl that finally had her realize she was saying too much. Sorry. Tihis. Meanwhile, it's really him. Ochako muttered while nearing the unconscious boy lying on the bed. He looks harmless when not wearing his costume, yes? Recovery Girl answered while carefully studying the boy's body and condition with feather-light movements and inhumanly focused eyes. The bandages around the arm and leg look a bit shallow, she commented. His recovery speed is very high, so I had to follow procedure at a speed higher than normal. The bones have already been reset to normal and he is already going through the last steps of healing. The woman that had took care of Izuku's wounds answered. A week to get halfway to his recovery from broken bones, impressive, the old hero admitted with a pleased hum. His armor absorbed most of the impact, so his wounds were minimal in the first place, the woman replied. That must be a DMN durable armor. I guess it was reduced to scraps after the impact. Gunhead guess. No, I just fed it a toaster and a blender and it recovered. Something about needing spare materials to repair the minute systems. Inko muttered in answer. I am a university professor and saw my fair share of metallic compounds through the years, but I have not the faintest clue what metal he used to build it nor what the hell powers it. That thing is alien technology as far as I am concerned, because I saw it eat those electric appliances to tear the base materials it needed out of them, all to repair the containment walls of its internal reactor. Apparently, the man named Izanami answered with a helpless shrug. Reactor as in nuclear reactor? That boy carries around a radioactive armor. Midnight asked while taking a wide step away from the boy. I don't know, the man answered. The arc reactor works on a new element created by the Stark Industries. The armor plating in the chest area is made of vibranium to protect his organs, but it is also a material unsuitable for creating the containment system for the arc reactor due to the metal's own attributes. Friday was heard answer aloud. Who's there? Toshinori asked, looking around for the source of the voice. Yes, that thing talks too. Inko answered with a broken chuckle. There were many things your son didn't tell you, isn't it? Gunhead asked. He never told me he was going around being a hero, she admitted. And when did he got the armor? I don't know, I never saw him work on it, I don't even know where he hides it. The voice came from his pajama, Recovery Girl said, nonplussed, while giving the finishing touches to her healing through her quirk. Yes. Inko admitted, once again watching one of her lies get blown apart. Madam, please, start telling the truth, we are also here to discover if he has a quirk. Because if he does, he must register and join a school for quirk users, then it will be up to him to become a hero or not, even if it's clear what his choice will be. Midnight said with a sigh. Izuku is quirkless. Miss Midoriya, we saw him dodge point-blank fire from guns and lift cars, along bending his back and limbs in ways even contortionists find hard to match. Toshinori answered. His armor did it. The Iron Spider was created to work together with its users' spider powers. The artificial muscles in the armor only increase the base lifting power, movement speed and strength of a factor of 25%. Friday answered. Agility and reaction time? Gunhead asked. I assist in support and data gathering only. My main function is of filtering the continuous stream of signals the spider sense sends to Mr. Izuku so that he won't be overloaded mid-fight. The armor is tailored to give its user 100% freedom of movement so to not impair him in any maneuver he needs to do. So those movements, the strength and reaction, was all him. Yes, Mr. Gunhead. How do you? I just hacked into the UA high school mainframe and downloaded in my memory every bit of information you possessed on Sir Izuku and every member of the staff and students. That is why I determined you all to be trustworthy enough to divulge minor details about Sir Izuku and the Iron Spider armor. You did what? I also know we are being spied through your phone, Mr. Toshinori. I have been monitoring the call you had ongoing ever since the moment you entered this room. UA High School, Teacher's Lounge. An armor outsmarted you, Hayashi-kun. Your plan failed. Hiya-ha-ha. Nizu said with a loud and deranged laugh escaping him. Shut up, the owl man muttered with a red face. Are you not worried that an armor we know nothing about possesses an AI so advanced that it blew through our servers without rising a single alarm and that said armor stole sensible data just because it wanted to know if we were trustworthy enough? That thing knows everything we have on everybody here, staff or students alike. Eraserhead said with narrowed eyes. And crying will magically erase those data? Whoever created that armor is a genius. We underestimated the problem and got fooled. Simple as that. Nizu answered. You have the ground to ask him to erase everything. Hayashi said. That AI is clearly programmed to assist and protect the boy by any means. Even if the data are erased, it does not mean the armor cannot either steal our data again if it thinks the boy needs that knowledge, or it will even refuse that single order. Midoriya-sen may follow the law, but that AI has no reason to. May as well come out clean ourselves as a show of good faith, the Ratman declared. Midoriya household. Can you hear me? Nizu asked once put on speaker. Loud and clear, Principal. Toshinori answered, shrinking a little under Inko's glare. Let's get down to business. How's the kid? He is not into a real or proper coma, if this is what you mean to ask. While the armor absorbed the biggest slice of the impact in the area of his torso, thus protecting his vital organs, the head got a big concussion all the same. My best guess is that his body just went into what we may call deep sleep to facilitate his recovery. Recovery girl. So he will wake up? Nizu asked. Shortly. It should be any day now that I added my quirk powers to his fast recovery. The old woman answered. Nice, at least we will talk to him directly. Nizu answered pleased. Thank goodness. Bachako muttered with a sigh. You can let go of his hand now, darling. If you want, that is, recovery girl answered, smirking. I was not. You know? Worried? She mumbled in answer. Oh, of course, dear. The old woman answered with a knowing smirk that made her face turn completely red. She still did not let go of his hand, nor she stopped sitting at his side, if you were wondering. What do you want from him? From us? Inko asked. Miss Midoriya, we want your son to join our school and become a proper hero. What do you say? Nizu asked with a chuckle. Oh. Inko muttered unsure in answer. That, Inko decided, was not how she had envisioned the dreaded day the AU discovered her boy's secret would have gone. End of the chapter. Chapter 5, Hero Course. Midoriya Family Household. Inside Izuku's dream. The young boy was sitting on the sand of a nondescript beach, with pristine sand and mesmerizing blue-green water gently coming and going on soft waves that never really reached the boy's feet. He was looking at the sea while dressed in his green spider costume, only with the helmet down so to feel the breeze on his face. There seemed to be nobody with Izuku, and both sand and sea seemingly stretched on and on forever, with no end in sight. There was only the soft howling of the wind around him, interspersed only by the peaceful flowing of water. Pretty eventful month, eh? Peter Parker, he too in his Spider-Man costume, said with a chuckle while sitting next to him. I was hunted down by every pro-hero in the city, Peter. Izuku answered with a sigh of misery. Yes, maybe we underestimated how much they would have hated an unregistered hero going around saving the day, but you were amazing. The other replied, ruffling the boy's hair and amused by his weak protests. What's important, though, is that the common guys in the street knew they could trust you to help them. At the end of the day, that is what a hero is, a source of hope for whoever lost it. A girl in a white Spider-Man costume, also equipped with a hood, added while sitting at the other side of Izuku. Who are you? I am Gwen, my friends jokingly call me Spider-Gwen. I am yet another chosen of the web, she answered while presenting her hand. And a nice to meet you. Breath, buddy, she won't bite. Another voice said in amusement as a boy with a black Spider-Man costume sat next to the girl. Okay. Izuku answered, unsure. Miles Morales. Another Spider-Man. The boy said with a wink, and fist-bumping Izuku when the latter presented his hand. It's a pretty strange family, the one we have. Peter admitted, chuckling. You make it sound like a bad thing. Strange is funny. The next to appear had Izuku's eyebrows shot right up to his hairline. That was a tiny pig in a Spider-Man costume, a tiny pig straight out from a cartoon considering he was walking on his back legs, appeared hand-drawn and looked like he had just detached from a comic page so to join the group. Spider-Ham. Peter explained while the tiny animal sat next to him. You joking? Nope, the reporter answered, smirking wide. Told you, we are a very strange family. Gwen admitted. Why I am here? Izuku finally asked. You went dim and close at dying this time, and it won't be the last. Miles answered with a sigh. We are here to tell you that this is your last chance. You can still choose to walk away and stop being a Spider-Man if you want. Gwen added. WW walk away? Izuku stuttered in confusion. From now on, you will be a full-fledged hero if you accept to continue. There won't be going back from being a Spider-Man. Look at it like the end of your trial PRD. Peter explained. It's not that bad being a Spider-Man, it's just that the powers will stick indefinitely if you accept, and maybe you will attract animal-themed nemesis way easier than normal, the pig said. You already have your version of Doc OC and Rhino hating your guts. Other than that, you'll just be a hero like everybody else in your world. You got it good, we had just defeated once and for all the guy that wanted the web gone, just a couple days before Peter came looking for you. Miles added. Then why are you? The Great Waiver asked us to. I guess they got too many refusals from other Spider-Man candidates and wanted to make sure you accepted. Gwen answered with a shrug. For several minutes Izuku just watched the waves come and go, while the other Spider-Men simply waited for him to decide. Did he want to be a Spider-Man? Did he want to be a hero? To help others, give them hope and let them know they would never be alone in the face of danger? I will be a Spider-Man. I was given this chance, and I will not waste it, the boy finally declared. Good. Peter said happily while Gwen clapped her hands and Miles gave a euphoric whistle. Welcome to the family then, boy. You'll fit right in, the cartoon pig declared solemnly as all of them donned the masks of their costumes. Welcome on board, Green Spider. You won't regret it, Peter said while shaking the hand of Izuku. I will make this symbol honor. I know you will, Miles answered. It will be hard though, I will have to fight villains while dodging heroes too. Izuku admitted, already crying fat tears. Oh. Gwen's adorable chuckle at that heavily confused him. Oh, I wouldn't worry about that if I were you, Peter said, laughing as well. Just wake up, buddy. You'll see what we mean, Miles promised with a thumbs up as everything disappeared in a flash of blinding light. Real world. Izuku, the very first thing the young man heard as soon as his eyes fluttered open was his mother ear-splitting cry of elation, just an instant before his face went buried in her bosom and the top of his head drenched under a waterfall of tears. Why? Inko-san. Please. He just woke up, the poor woman that was still acting as Izuku's nurse and mother of little Ichiko, begged in worry as she watched her ward's face become bluish under the suffocating hug. "Murm," Izuku tried saying while weakly tapping on her shoulder with a hand. "My baby." Once finally released him, Inko merely held him at arm's length so to lock her puffy red eyes with his. "Sorry if I didn't tell you about being a hero," the boy finally said with a soft voice. "You have always been my hero, but why you did not tell me you were going around as the green spider?" she asked, this time with a more gentle hug holding him close. "I didn't want to make you worry," he answered. "But now I worried all at once, so where's the difference?" she answered with a tiny smile. "That I didn't want to disappoint you either," he finally admitted with a whisper. "I looked for more news about the green spider while you were in that bed. You know what I saw?" Inko replied. I didn't see a hero, I saw the best friend of an entire city, somebody people knew they could trust and believe in, even if you just did small things. I would never be disappointed in somebody as selfless as you are." "You are my hero," the woman answered. Why? "Now I see what he took from you, Inko-san," the nurse admitted, impressed by the imposing output of the boy's tears. "We are just happy," Inko replied. "Yeah. Dling dlong." It was then that the doorbell rang its happy chime, cutting through the moment. "It must be her again," Inko said with a knowing smile. "Her?" Izuku asked, confused. "Oh, you never told me you had a girlfriend either," Inko said, still with a proud expression. "She girlfriend?" the poor boy shrieked in answer. "She kept coming here every day to check on you ever since she learned you lived here. She even helped us changing your bandages. Oh, she is so pretty. Izuku, why you didn't tell me at least that?" Inko gushed on and on while moving to open the door. Outside the house, with Ochako. "I am just worried about him as a friend, just as a friend, nothing more," the girl repeated to herself. It had been source of endless friendly arguing between her and her friends. They kept insisting she had feelings for the boy while she vehemently refuted and declined everything as simple friendship, except for Mina that openly defended her, strangely. "I am just checking on a friend, I should not feel guilty about it," she said while ringing the doorbell. "Who is it?" "It's Ochako Uraraka, Inko-san. I was here last time with the pro heroes from UA High School," she answered. "Oh, I remember you. What can I do for you?" Inko asked while opening the door. "I wanted to see if I could help you with your son." "Izuku? He woke up not too long ago," the woman replied, her smile blinding as she said that. "That's amazing. Do you mind if I pay him a visit then? Would it be a problem?" Ochako asked, just as surprised and happy as the woman. "Of course you can visit him, dear. Just let him take it easy, we are slowly getting him up to date with what happened while he was still unconscious. Although, considering his girlfriend is also visiting, I don't know how much attention he can give to the rest of the world." Inko answered with a giddy smile while walking inside and gesturing Ochako to follow her. "His girlfriend, his 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 girlfriend. Ochako gurgled out. When she reached the room, walking a bit faster than what was proper, she saw the green-haired young man sitting on his bed, and Mina Ishido of all people sitting on a chair next to him and chatting with him. Mina. Good evening. I just got here myself," the pink girl answered with a friendly wave. "Good evening. Why are you here?" the other girl answered, and probably her question came out a bit more sharply than intended. "I have been coming here every day, since he saved me from being squished by him, lady. I thought it would have been proper helping his mother nurse him back to normal," she answered. She wanted to capture him, not hurt him. Ochako felt the need to reply. Considering how hard she then threw him, one can never know. Mina answered. "I see. You have very good friends, Uraraka-san. Even if my mother keeps saying we are more than friends," Izuku said with a kind smile. "You are not fooling me, Izuku. You three wait here, I'll go take something to drink," Inko answered while walking back towards the kitchen. "I'll help you, Midoriya-san," Mina offered, passing next to the frozen Ochako that simply followed her every movement with the feeling of a block of ice dropping inside her stomach. You okay, Uraraka-san? Ah. I am okay, the girl answered with a forced laugh. Sorry for not telling you I was the green spider, I was afraid you too would have hunted me down. Izuku admitted with a sigh. I understand you could not tell anybody, but there is no longer need to run away, you know? Ochako offered while sitting on the vacant chair next to the bed. Yes, Mina-san was telling me the UA high school offered me to join, and my mother confirmed it. It's either that or imprisonment for unlicensed quirk using. This would ideally be the best for every party involved. I get to take part to the hero course, and the Hero Association does not get bad publicity for an unlicensed stealing the show from other pro heroes. He answered with a sigh. You don't seem happy though, Uraraka guessed. I am scared actually, the boy admitted with a weak smile. Why? I don't think my classmates will be happy to have me. If they are all like Bakugo, they won't like the idea of having me next to them 24/7, thinking I believe myself to be above them by doing hero duty without taking part to classes. That was the general feeling, yes. But then Principal Nizu disclosed the problem with your quirk, so many now understood why you did it. The problem with my quirk? Yes, there were entire forums online talking about it. About your quirk being a variant of the usual mutation that gives people quirks, one that gave false negatives when tested. The scandal has been immense. I even heard that several hospitals called back many quirkless to redo the tests, but modified to cover a wider range just to be sure there weren't more cases like yours. Ochako answered, confused. That must be the excuse the Hero Association used to cover my being a quirkless with powers. Izuku thought. Have there been other cases? Just a couple, but they were all dormant quirks that probably never activated because of faulty genes, or so they said. At the moment you are the only one with an active quirk with that variant. Ochako answered. Oh. Will you join AU then? She asked. Should I? Do I deserve it? Izuku asked with a sigh. I think you should, you know? From great powers, come great responsibility, right? The hero Ryukyu said you yourself said that last time you talked. Mina answered, re-entering the room while holding the tray Inko gave her. Ahoo, it's the motto of the Spider-Man. Izuku answered with a meek tone. That's my chair, Ochako-chan. Mina said. Sorry. Ochako answered, flustered, but she did not move of an inch. It's okay, I'll sit here then. The other replied while sitting on the bed, making poor Izuku squeak in surprise. From outside the room, both Inko and the boy's nurse kept looking at the scene in great amusement. The problem is that UA High School want you, it's the only alternative to a prison cell, is not exactly like you have a choice. Besides stopping being a hero, the nurse said. And never. Izuku said immediately, only to blush crimson in shame at his outburst that made both girls giggle a little. Then I guess you are joining. Inko said with a sigh. I have lost a lot of lessons though, between coma and vigilante work. How can I do this? Izuku asked with a defeated expression. Don't worry. I'll ask Momo-chan if you can borrow her notes. You just have to go though a crash course in what you missed in hero classes. Normal lessons instead won't be a problem. You used to go to a school for geniuses after all, right? It was not a genius school, the boy answered with a low voice. Too modest. Too modest. Mina answered, patting his head making him blush harder. You sure I can borrow those notes? He asked. Momo-chan is between the guys that understand why you did it, so I think she will be happy to help somebody that never got a chance because of a stupid loophole. Mina answered. You can borrow my notes too if you want. Ochako added. Thank you. I'll go call Mr. Gunhead and tell him you accepted their offer then, Inko declared with a low sigh. It's what he wants, Inko. We have no right to stop him from chasing his dream. I know, Sakura, I know, but I have every right to not like the idea of my son being in danger. Inko answered with a miserable expression. He will take part to a great school, they will teach him to be careful, the nurse, Sakura, answered while patting her friend's back. Okay, the other answered, still mopping a little. 2 days later, Class 1. Okay brats, that's enough. Eraserhead said with a grunt, making the whole class fall silent in a matter of seconds as soon as he entered. As you were probably told, starting today we'll have a new student joining us. He has already begun studying what he missed in our old hero classes, partly thanks to some of you. He then said, making Momo Yaoyorozu develop a satisfied smile. I know I am asking a lot to you, but please try to help him get on par. And please do not scare him away. It was a miracle if we managed to talk that problem child into coming here. Last thing I want is him turning into a villain, or worse, a corpse. I will have you all shoulder the full blame should that happen, the teacher declared with his usual cold tone, and waiting for each student to nod in answer. But get in before they recover and start making a mess again. He then called out to whoever was waiting outside. Imagine the class shock when the infamous green spider many thought dead walked in while still sporting his costume. Gee, good morning, Izuku said, a bit unnerved by the intense stares he got from the class. I am surprised Mei-san and the support division didn't try to steal your costume to study it. Aizawa admitted. They did try. Izuku answered. Of course they did. Take it off and take a seat. We'll start immediately. Yes, sensei. Tapping his chest twice, the iron spider armor melted into nanites and moved to hide under his school uniform, leaving the others to see who he really was, with various degrees of shock at his appearances. I am Izuku Midoriya, pleased to make your acquaintance. Please treat me well, the boy said with a bow before hurrying to his seat at the only empty desk that had been added to the room. He is a cutie. I didn't know the green spider was a cutie. A certain invisible girl whispered to her friend. Rip it. Calm down the hormones, let him get used to the class before harassing him. After this lesson you'll have your quirk evaluated, just to officially register you in our database. And for your classmates to better know you. And for you to know your own limits, even if I guess you already know them. Eraserhead said with a non-committal shrug before starting the lesson. Sorry for the Vespa thing, sensei. I didn't plan for that to happen. I only wanted to stop your capture weapon from Dash, Izuku answered with a low, very ashamed voice. There is a fine line between self-defense and needless humiliation. Remember, a hero never makes somebody go through the ladder, especially a colleague. Aizawa interrupted with a grunt. I am sorry. But, moving on. Please forgive me if I am bothering you, a young man with glasses whispered to Izuku from the desk in front of him. Yes. Izuku answered unsure. If I am not mistaken, you fought against my brother. Oh God. Did I hurt him? I didn't want to cripple him, I swear. No. You did not hurt him, I can assure you. I am just asking if it could be possible for us to spare and train together. My brother is the hero known as Ingenium, and he said that somebody like you with a great ability in dodging and agility would be a great partner for training my family's quirk, and considering you yourself are here and we will be classmates. I would be honored. Izuku answered with a tiny smile. The honor is mutual then, unlicensed or not. You two were working hard to keep the city safe, even if personally I was not always happy with your methods. I am happy to see you are willing to do things properly. I am Ida Tenya, the young man said. Izuku Midoriya.ff friends? The boy answered. You are surprisingly shy in person. Ida admitted, surprised. And maybe we'll work on that together then as friends. Ida answered with a gentle tone. Unseen by them, Eraserhead simply gave a tiny chuckle while finishing writing on the blackboard. So the infamous unlicensed hero is really just a kid looking for acknowledgement. What a problem child, the teacher thought amused. Later that evening, Principal Nizu's office. So he aced the test, getting first position. The super smart mouseman muttered while looking at Aizawa's result. Whatever his quirk is, it's an all-rounder. He is way stronger than the fastest student in 1A, and way faster than the strongest. Paired with a DM good analytical mind and near-instantaneous reaction time, if he is focused he takes seconds to come up with a strategy to cover for whatever he lacks to win a fight. Aizawa answered. We also checked his scores and schoolwork in Inushida Academy and asked for help to Night Eye and a couple guys with analysis quirks to come up with more data from there and the videos posted on that forum people dedicated to him. Whoever taught him, they knew what they were doing. The kid seems already training to use his quirk at its best, the hero known as Ms. Joke added. It almost confirms the idea that the kid got a quirk from somebody else that used it before him and that knows its limits, tailoring the training regimen to Midoriya-san's specific case, but it is still unrefined. Gunhead also said, showing his research on the matter. You researched it yourself? Natsu asked. I am interested in the boy and in the web he talked about. I am still not convinced there is no cult behind it, no matter how many times the kid himself denies it. The muscular hero answered. You say he got the quirk? As in, he was quirkless before and then somebody gave him one. Toshinori asked in dread. Yes and no. The quirk, we called Spider Totem to cover the origin of his powers, is just not a quirk, or at least not in the common sense of the word. The boy's blood has been clearly mutated to develop those powers, only not in a way commonly associated with quirks. More than a quirked, he is a mutant, so to speak. One day his blood changed by itself and he got those powers, or as Gunhead suspects, somebody caused it to mutate, somehow. Recovery Girl explained. So it's not a quirk he received? Toshinori asked again. No. But do you know something? Nizu asked with narrowed eyes. Sorry, more I can't tell. The hero answered with a meaningful look. We'll talk again later then, alone. Thank you, Principal. Returning to the matter at hand, all things considered, he is not too far behind in matter of school program. He has already a hero name and a costume and already has some knowledge in hero work. Should we risk letting him take part to the sport festival? Aizawa asked. And you think people will forgive us if we stop the friendly neighborhood hero, the green spider, from participating? We'll get a lot of angry letters if we do. Joke answered with an amused laugh accompanying her words. Fans aside, I think we should. The thing is not exactly behind the corner. He will hopefully have enough time to catch up, and it will also help him get acquainted with the class. Gunhead answered. A pity though that I fear he won't get internship offers. Many pro heroes are still a bit miffed about him. Midnight answered. Oh, that's better. I hate competition. Gunhead answered with a chuckle. What? Toshinori asked, dumbfounded just like everybody else. You heard me. I will propose myself for internship. The kid got spunk and brain, all wrapped in good powers but humble personality. I want to take that dull diamond and make it shine. Gunhead answered, this time letting free a loud laugh. That would make two of us then. Aizawa answered with a raised eyebrow. You shoulda? The muscled hero ummed with a betrayed expression. Really? Joke asked. I saw his silent takedowns. This is. And since he looks like to be a hero centered on agility more than power, having him as an intern looks like something worth the time to work on to develop him into a stealthy hero able to use strategy to fight a villain, instead of just another guy punching problems away. Eraserhead answered. I don't know why, but I feel like I have been insulted. Toshinori muttered. Me too. Gunhead added. Hey, I have to punch things. I can only make people laugh with my quirk. Joke said with an exaggerated pout. The idea still stands. Aizawa answered. Internship offers are no problem as well then. What about his armor? Nizu asked, moving to the next item in the agenda regarding their new addition to the students' roster. I unleashed the support department on him. Both May and Powerloader have spent an hour after lessons trying to dissect how that costume is made. Aizawa explained. Both of them? Are you still angry at the kid for dash? What happened with him has nothing to do with the thing. Eraserhead growled in answer. So. A second. The man said while taking out of his pocket a piece of paper and reading it aloud once cleared his throat. Alien technology. Loader described it like that. Because he never saw anything like the tech used on that costume. Billions of protein-scale nanoscopic robots created with a gold-titanium alloy disposed in layers, each with a different function to aid and protect the user, for a total of 18 layers. The thing can literally double as costume, armor, spacesuit, diving suit, hazmat suit and much more. The extra arms literally grow from his back thanks to the nanites automatically redisposing themselves to create those extra spider legs. They can also detach into sections that will sew to null possible damages by pulling or crushing. Those nanites seem able to also automatically administer first aid to the user and enact self-repair to the costume. The chest area is made in an unknown metal the kid referred to as vibranium, that is used by the nanites on the outermost layer to create the protective armor on the chest and neck area. Speaking of that metal, it weighs a third of normal steel and can absorb absurd amounts of vibrations and kinetic energy, and Power Loader is pretty sure the thing is de facto indestructible, or very close to that. They held a blowtorch against it for 40 minutes, and the thing barely registered as warm. Final results. I have no idea how to stop or replicate the armor. The boy said a certain Tony Stark created the suit, but nobody came up from searching it. Whoever the guy is, he's a genius not of this world, so my idea stands: aliens. His words, not mine. Aizawa said once finished reading. I hope the kid was not wearing it during the test those two took. Joke said with narrowed eyes. He was. That AI was adamant in never removing the suit from the boy unless he is the one asking, and even then, that thing deemed our laboratory unsafe, so suggested the kid to keep it on, he answered. Quite high-strung for being a computer. Nizu commented. A bit. I wonder, though, will he stop doing vigilante stuff now that he is a student here? Joke asked, curious. I really hope so. Aizawa answered. Principal Nizu? It was then that the hero Cementos peeked into the room. Yes. The humanoid animal asked. It's the green spider boy, so that he's still doing vigilante stuff. This time against the villain habit headgear. God damn it. Aizawa roared in anger. I'll take care of that. Toshinori said with a sigh. Take care. Nizu answered with a relaxed tone. Should have seen it coming. Joke muttered in dismay. At the same time, city streets. Stay still so I can wrangle your neck. The furious scream came from an enormous, muscular humanoid villain with an unusual extension from his shoulders that growed up and over his head in a hood-like appearance. His face was largely concealed within this hood, only showing round, white eyes and a large mouth. At the moment he was frothing at the mouth while trying to catch the green-dressed kid after he covered his face in webbing to free the family the villain was holding hostage. Nope. The young Spider-Man answered while once again slipping through the villain grasp. When I'll grab you, I'll turn you into a paste. The man bellowed in blind fury. Boom. It was then that a giant fist came slamming down between them. Why don't you try it with somebody your size? Or 20 times bigger? MT Lady said as she and Kamui Woods joined the fight. Took you long enough, Miss MT Lady? Wasn't I supposed to be your special guest today? Izuku said with a chuckle. Special guest. Alright. Silly me, will you forgive me, Green-chan? Not missing a bit, the giant woman went along with an adorable pout and sweet tone while the chat of her stream exploded in comments about the duo not being enemies, or even on bad terms even after the recent incident. Small flashback, right after a lesson with Midnight. Midoriya? The woman called the boy over before he could leave for lunch. Yes, sensei? The young man asked. I need a favor to ask you. A favor? It's about MT Lady. Midnight asked, and already fearing an angry outburst from him. MT Lady? Is she in trouble? How can I help? To her surprise, the boy instead looked to be extremely worried about the woman. You don't hate her? She asked, dumbfounded. Well, no. I did disturb her job as a pro hero. Her income does come from her live streams, and she needs villains to fight for those to work. I was stealing her villains, in a sense. The boy admitted with a small voice. Sheet. He really is a cinnamon roll. The rumors are true. Midnight thought in shock. She did something terrible in throwing you like that, but I know she is a good woman, and even if we don't see eye to eye most of the time, I assure you she never wished to hurt you. She did almost kill me, though. He muttered. I know, and trust me, a lot of us made it clear we were not happy about it. But she can be a great hero, should she drop that attitude. I know I am asking a lot, but I believe she deserves another chance. Midnight admitted. And how am I supposed to help her? Izuku asked. Contrary to many of my colleagues, I know you won't stop going around doing your neighborhood hero thing just because you are a student now. She answered with a knowing smirk, and amused at his blushing. If possible, I would like for you to forcefully add yourself as special guest to one of her live streams to show that you two are something friend-like even after what happened. She is surprisingly good at improvising, so she will play along as if the thing was actually programmed. She has lost a lot of viewers and sponsors since the incident with you. I hope that her revenue will return to normal if people see that things are okay between you. It's not an order nor it has to become an habit, just do this once, please. Midnight asked. Please, she asked again. Okay, the young man answered. Thank you. Just don't tell her I asked you, I want it to be our secret. She asked. Okay, sensei. Thank you. End of the flashback. 1 or 3 or 2,000, it doesn't matter. I'll kill you all. Habit roared in defiance just as Kamui Woods jumped down to face him. I thought you would have stopped once joined school. The pro-hero said, rolling his eyes at Izuku's playful tag, squeal, but still going through with it and giving the kid the requested high five. Sorry, I just want to help. The kid answered. If they ask, I will blame MT Lady. Kamui answered. Stop ignoring me. Furious beyond reason, Habit charged them like a spending bull. I'm not ignoring you, you are just utterly irrelevant. Kamui answered while rolling to the side and trapping the villain's legs with tendrils of wood that tripped him and forced the guy to painfully land teeth first on the floor. Now, the absurdly cold tone of Empty Lady's voice forced even that meathead to swallow loudly in dread as the giant woman lifted him by his bound legs until his upside-down eyes met her enormous ones, at several feet on height. What was that thing you said about wrangling the neck of my lil friend here? She asked with a sweet smile that looked absolutely terrifying. Kick his butt, big sister? Izuku called out while sitting on her shoulder. You say that just because you are giant. Shrink down and fight me like a man. Or a woman. Whatever, just fight me fairly. The villain yelled while moving around frantically to try break free. Nope, lil the flick. The lady answered while sticking her tongue out and flipping the villain with the pointer of her free hand, and with her giant sizes, the guy felt like a speeding truck ran him over, as demonstrated by his shriek of pain surprise. I am not defeated yet. I don't need my teeth or those 3 ribs to defeat you 3. Habit, stubborn to the bone, declared with an heavy slur in his voice. Want another flick? Lady asked, chuckling. Bring it. I will break your nail with an headbutt. The villain shrieked in answer. That sounds like a concussion. Izuku guessed. That it does. Come on, big guy, playtime is over. Kamui Woods answered, entrapping the guy in a thick cocoon of wood. I'll kill you, eh? The villain tirade stopped abruptly when Emi Lady gently tapped his head, knocking him unconscious. Well, this should do the trick for now. Another day is saved and a villain captured. Thank you all so much for following me again today. Tune in again to follow me through another villain hunt. And a special thank you to my wonderful assistants, Kamui Woods. The lady said, making Kamui sigh in defeat and give an small wave to the camera. And my little buddy, the green spider. She then said while holding up a long string of webbing so to show the upside-down Izuku give a victory sign to the ones watching. Honored to be here and help a friend. The boy said with a jovial chuckle. From your beloved mountain lady, a giant kiss. Always happy to make your butt quittance. The giant woman gave her final goodbye as the live stream faded to black. And, done. We are offline. The woman's assistant gave the signal from a near rooftop once turned everything off. Sigh. Finally. Yes. Izuku asked. Thank you. Emilady muttered. What happened between us was an incident, so I thought this could help you to confirm it. The boy answered once landed on an high enough rooftop to meet the woman's eyes. That incident almost killed you. I did not become a hero to kill people. She answered with an expression of pure sorrow. You were just angry and dash. That is not an excuse. The woman yelled, interrupting the kid's answer mid-sentence. I am not angry. Izuku said with a tiny smile. But you should be. You should be hating me now. What if I don't? Then you clearly have mental problems. Emilady answered with a sigh. That of course it could be easier to forget the incident in exchange of an autograph. Izuku muttered with a shy voice. And an autograph? The giant woman repeated with an incredulous tone. Ahoo. The kid answered with a tiny nod. PFFF. In answer to the strange request, the lady simply exploded into a loud and wild laughter, strong enough to force her to hold her stomach as she doubled over. You really are a little angel, don't you? She asked once took away the tears caused by her laughter. And not really. Izuku answered. Can you take off your helmet? She asked. Just do it, just do it. She repeated. Okay. The kid did as asked, making the nanites forming his mask recede so to uncover his entire head. And turning bright red when the giant hero kissed his entire head thanks to her giant sizes. This is a little extra. I will send you a proper picture with autograph to your school tomorrow, not a pre-made one, but one specifically made, just for you, she said, smirking at his shy expression. In fact, the next day the kid will get delivered a printed selfie she then personally signed and further decorated with the lipstick mark of a kiss, all for many boys' outraged jealousy. Thank you. The kid answered from behind his arms he had somehow wrapped around his head to cover his embarrassment. She was really sorry for what she did. She kept visiting your house to hear how you were doing. Kamui Wood said. Kamui, this time it was Lady turn to develop a bright red blush of embarrassment. Really? Izuku asked, shocked. Yes. Sure, I always had to be there too, because as you can imagine she was the last person your mother wanted to see close to you, but in the end she too recognized the concern this giant idiot was showing. The pro-hero answered. Love you too, Jirke. Lady hissed with a pout. You didn't need to. The kid tried saying. She did, it was a good wake-up call, and you are adorable when sleeping, that was a plus. Kamui answered, amused by the kid's squeak at the admission. Too true. Izuku just released a long whine at that, making both pros snort in amusement at his despair. I am not adorable. I am a badass Spider-Man. Whatever you said, honey. Lady answered, smirking. Glad to see that you are on the path of making peace. It was then that Toshinori joined them on that same rooftop in his muscled form. Too late. We already arrested that villain. Lady said, sticking out her tongue at the pro-hero while pointing at the police taking away habit headgear. Good. I am not here to steal anybody's job. Toshinori answered, chuckling. Altoug his expression did turn sheepish once met the gaze of Izuku. Hey, don't listen. Rubbing the back of his neck in uneasiness, the N.1 hero of Japan was about to talk when Izuku stopped him with one hand. A moment, here, the kid said while handing him a black business card. On the front there was his hero name the Green Spider written in an emerald green loopy calligraphy showing a metallic luster, and on the back just 3 words in a similar font. Hero in training. Wait, I need to add something since it's you. Izuku said, taking back the card to scribble something on it before returning it to All Might. Screw you, I am a hero in training. Snort. I deserve it. Toshinori answered with an amused tone, and laughing at the adorable pout Izuku regaled him with while crossing his arms with an huff. What happened? Lady asked. Just an inside joke of ours. You proved me wrong, young Midoriya, so as promised I apology. Toshinori said with a theatrical bow. Good. The kid muttered, finally cracking a small smile. They choose a great heir for the title of Spider-Man, you'll do great. The reason why I didn't choose you myself was purely physical. All Might admitted, sheepish. If you needed a mountain of muscles, you could have asked. I would have hit the gym a couple times. He answered, pouting even harder. You shouldn't body shame people, All Might. Kamui added. Poi. I came here to help. Not to get you all read me the riot act. Toshinori answered with a loud, childish whine. Sorry, it's getting late and I must go. Take care, and I wouldn't mind having you as special guest again, like that people won't argue about you still going around fighting villains. Lady offered. I'll think about it. Izuku answered. A last thing? Toshinori asked. Yes. Should you meet the kid I choose, don't hold it against him, okay? If you are angry, be angry at me, he is innocent. He asked. In answer, Izuku simply donned again his mask and rapidly left the area by web-swinging away without uttering a word, thing that made All Might let out a long sigh. And to the pro-hero, surprise, Lady Giant Finger came crushing down strong enough to almost demolish the entire rooftop, making Kamui Woods facepalm in dismay. Care to share what happened between you two? The woman asked with an half-lidded glare she added to her ice-cold tone of voice. God, she is taking that big sister moniker seriously. Kamui Woods muttered with a groan of dismay. This is going to be a long day. All Might said with a sigh and slumped shoulders as the angry giant woman loomed even closer. He just didn't think his error of judgment was that big. It was only in good faith he said those things to the kid. Honest. Emerald Spider Chapter 6. The U.S.J. Incident, Part 1. A guy with bright blue skin and fish gills on his neck was squirming against the thick layer of webbing cocooning him from the neck down as he dangled upside down from a lamppost, all under the amused eyes of the surrounding people, and the young hero wearing a skin-tight high-tech green armor dangling upside down himself from a single strand of webs. I thought you were an unlicensed hero. The guy shrieked with his face slowly getting redder thanks to his position. Nope. I finally joined a proper school and got my quirk registered. Izuku answered with the two big eyes of his mask squinting a little in an amused expression. Then why are you not in class? I have to be there in an hour, and I saw you try to steal this poor man's car, so I thought, hey, I can totally stop him before grabbing a coffee. And here I am. The young man answered. So I was only a way to kill some time before school to you? The man asked, sounding almost hurt. Real villains don't steal cars, they tend to have bigger ambitions. A near policeman answered while recovering a ladder from his car to cut the man down. Is that a police force branded ladder? Izuku asked. Since you seem to find it proper to tie them that high, we decided to update our equipment, and since we are there, may as well advertise ourselves while we are at it. The agent answered, shrugging. But he is a student. He can't do hero things. I was not aware that stopping a petty thief required a hero ID other than a good civic sense. The owner of the stolen car spat back with crossed arms. I am not a petty thief. The bound blue-skinned man yelled in outrage. You are a real evil mastermind, Tucker. Now get in the car. The same police officer answered, rolling his eyes and pushing the tied-up man in the back of the car. He is not wrong, though, Izuku was forced to admit. Will telling you to stop actually work? The policeman asked, sighing. No. The boy admitted sheepish. Exactly. The other replied. Don't worry, officer, he is with me. I am showing him the ropes so he will become a proper hero, Emilady declared, joining the scene in her giant form while carrying a tightly bound bundle of people that had been tied together by stripes of wood. We could also appreciate if you could deliver these gentlemen to a nice cell room. Kamui Woods, riding the woman's shoulder, added. Suyer. No problems for me. I will totally believe your bullshit excuse to cover for him. The policeman replied, sighing in dismay and mushing the three guys the giant woman delivered to him in the back of his car, and utterly ignoring the groans of protest from the criminals he stashed in there like sardines. At least we tried giving you a fairly believable one. Emilady answered, shrugging. Fair enough. But really, keep this to a minimum, kid. You are not supposed to be out yet, give it time. I assure you that unfortunately there will still be plenty of villains out there making a mess of things when you will finish school. Of course, sir. And thank you. Izuku answered, waving the man goodbye as he drove away. Come along, Spidey. We were going to get breakfast before those three tried taking hostages. Mind joining us? Emilady asked. If it's not a problem, the boy replied shy. Nope. Come on. Jump on Big Sis' shoulder and we'll be on our way. She answered, smirking. She is still going with the big sister thing, Kamui muttered, face-palming as the boy happily sat on the woman's other shoulder to be carried away while waving goodbye to the people below them. A couple minutes later, top of a skyscraper. So you'll go somewhere tomorrow? The lady asked as she sat next to the boy on the building's railing. Oh, but Aizawa-sensei told us it was supposed to be a surprise, so I asked Friday to not hack the school mainframe to discover it. He seemed adamant in keeping everything a secret. Izuku answered, lowering his helmet to drink from the paper cup containing his coffee. Sure, now that he was the link between spiders and humans, coffee made him feel a bit more woozy than usual, but he was too much addicted to the stuff to quit even after gaining his new powers. He blamed his mother for his addiction, though she too was a coffee junkie. You are going to the U.S.J then? The woman said, smirking. Way to spoil the surprise. Kamui muttered in dismay. U.S.J? Universal Studio Japan? What does it have to do with hero work? Izuku asked, confused. Nope. In your case, that will be the unforeseen simulation joint. One of the biggest test grounds for simulated emergencies this side of Japan. They have customized test rooms for pretty much every possible disaster a hero may face in their career. MT Lady answered. And let me tell you, now the thing is a work of art. Not like I remember when I was a student. For example, the flood test area and the city earthquake test area were still under construction, so we had to do with a plain room with a couple rocks and few cardboard cutouts of buildings some intern painted in a rush. They were not even in scale, Kamui added, sighing. Really? Izuku asked, chuckling. Oh yes. You can be a good hero all you want, but it's hard to get into the right mentality if you have to save somebody drowning in an inflatable kid's pool barely a feet deep. MT Lady answered. Apparently the contractor they tasked with the 2 new areas took too many liberties with the funds and leaving next to no money for the actual construction. The scandal has been immense. But don't worry, you will see a state-of-the-art building there. I went there to visit 13 last week and was amazed by how different the thing was. Why you were paying 13 a visit? Me Lady asked with narrowed eyes. We are old friends, nothing else. Kamui answered. So the rumor you were dating is false? Izuku asked. What? Kamui. No. It was a fake. Totally. I swear. The wood user hero explained immediately. Sorry. I was just curious, I didn't mean to cause problems. Izuku pleaded. You have no idea of how much trouble I am in now. You just go, classes are about to start, I will deal with her. Deal with me? What do you mean? What are you hiding? MT Lady demanded. Go. Run. Kamui yelled while pushing away Izuku just as the woman turned huge in an instant. Going. Izuku answered, donning again his helmet to rapidly vacate the area. Twip. Sorry, he also yelled while web-swinging away at high speed. Apologizing after putting me in trouble hardly helps. Kamui answered while the giant hero loomed over him. I am waiting, Kamui. The lady hissed. Sheet. UA High School later that day. Once arrived at school and recalled the spider armor to hide it under his school uniform. Classes proceeded like normal for Izuku until they moved to the school gym for more physical training, and as usual, Izuku had asked Ojiro for help for a little project of his. So I asked my father for help, the tailed boy asked while he and Izuku went through warming exercises together. Really? You shouldn't have. It's just a curiosity of mine, the young Spider-Man answered with a bashful expression. No. Don't worry, he was happy to give me some insight. He too thinks that a way of the spider form of martial arts can actually be created. I told him what you told me about your quirk and how you and your armor work together. He was quite eager to help me crack this and help a young hero. The other answered with a kind smile. Thank you. Think nothing of it, I am happy to help a friend. So the style is feasible? We are talking about a style usable by somebody with high reaction time, inhuman flexibility, speed, great strength, and absurd agility. The best starting point could be focusing on counters and other defensive tactics to emphasize your speed and agility. The idea is to first disorient your enemies and use their strength against them before actually attacking them. Up close and personal. Targeting nerve clusters. Pressure points. Striking with spider speed. Hitting with spider strength. We can ask Gunhead as well for help if you want. WE. You asked for help, I am going to help until we have actually laid the foundations for it. I want to see a new style of martial arts be born and be there to see it develop right in front of my eyes. If it is not a problem, Ojiro admitted, sheepish. I would be honored. Thank you. Izuku answered, eyes shining in awe. Pleasure is mutual. That oh, God. Two shy beans interacting. It's too much. Mina declared with excessive emphasis while watching the scene from afar, making Tsuyu roll her eyes and sigh in dismay. Not too far away still, Katsuki Bakugo kept watching Izuku as he interacted with the other students from their class, connecting with more and more of them once shown that he was not doing hero work without a license out of superiority complex. He kept amassing friends in the class while simultaneously avoiding Katsuki himself whenever he could, to the point of making sure the two were never alone for more than few seconds before making sure others could join. He had gone as far as accepting that Tetsu Testigai's challenge head-on as soon as the guy tried attacking Izuku for his unlicensed PRD long enough for Vlad to come calm things down. Most of those fuckers have started forgiving him now that he joined, and he still avoids me. Katsuki hissed in contempt once seen three guys from another class pass by the gym and wave at Izuku in a friendly way, one of which that May girl from the support department if he remembered correctly. "You okay?" Kirishima asked, worried. "I am fine," the blonde answered, gnashing his teeth. If the nerd did not want them to talk, Katsuki will force things along himself then. There won't be gunhead or power loader popping up to mess things up this time. There won't be no Spidey Squad group of friends riding to the rescue. The shitty nerd will talk to him, whatever he liked to or not. "Is he okay?" Mineta muttered while watching the growling Katsuki with a worried expression. "Beats me," Shiro answered, sighing. "I have the impression he and Midoriya have met already," another student said, humming thoughtful. "You sure, Mizo?" "Not really, but it's a hunch. Midoriya flinches whenever Bakugo-san gets too close, and I was told our new friend's quirk gives him a heightened sixth sense for danger, and I saw a few videos, that thing makes him dodge gunfire at point-blank range, so apparently that same sixth sense flares whenever the two interact. And Katsuki-san seems to get anxious whenever the two are close as well. Considering the two and their mentality, Izuku was probably the victim of Katsuki's less savory moments. "You remember how he was the first few days we got here?" the young man answered, crossing his arms. "It's not like he changed much. But Aizawa-sensei did manage to smooth him out a little," Shiro answered, grimacing. "Exactly, and if the rumors are true, Midoriya was a late bloomer, somebody whose quirk manifested later than usual, meaning that Katsuki had nobody to set him straight and a quirkless, or one believed to be, to rule over until he got here and Izuku got to be free until required to come here as well. That sort of wounds do not disappear overnight." Mizo explained. "So a former bully and a bully victim? Former bully is pushing it a bit. The former thing, I mean." Mineta added. "Katsuki-san doesn't look like he wants to start again. He is not being any more antagonistic with Izuku than he is with anybody else, but still, he is still focusing on him too much compared to anybody else." Mizo replied. "You are not my shrink, you shithead." Katsuki roared in anger, and marching out of the room as soon as he saw Izuku leave for a bathroom break. F-. "He heard us," Mineta shrieked. "But he did not confirm nor deny he is looking for trouble." Mizo answered. "Should we go making sure Midoriya will be safe?" Shiro asked. "I believe we can trust Aizu-chan's ability to avoid danger and Katsuki's ability to not get expelled because anger got the better of him." Tsuyu answered from nearby. "Right. Get back to work, boys. We others are working hard here and so should you." Toru added from the sidelines. Coming. We were just worried that our class megalomaniac will murder the new arrival." Mineta answered with a sigh. "We are all heroes here. None of us will ever assault the others." Tenya answered, scandalized at the mere idea of a student assaulting another. "Bathrooms," 5 minutes later. "Come here," Katsuki said while seemingly assaulting Izuku and trying to grab him. "Stop it. I don't want anything to do with you," Izuku answered while once again slipping through Katsuki's grabbing attempt. "And I instead want you to listen," the other replied, almost running into the wall as he tried to grab Izuku's arm. "No," the young Spider-Man answered while calling on himself the spider armor. "Stop avoiding me," Katsuki roared. "My instinct tells me you want to hurt me, Kaken," Izuku answered. "I just want to grab you," the blonde answered, and watching the other slip again from his lunge. "That is exactly why I am avoiding you." "Just once, coward. It's effing important." But do you really hate me this MUC dash? It's not about hate, you fucker, he yelled. It's not about hatred. Now stay still. Okay, fine. Here I am. But then you will let me be. Looking at him with narrowed eyes, the green-haired kid stopped dodging to just look at him with crossed arms. This is a very dangerous maneuver, Sir Izuku. Friday warned him immediately. But at least we will be done with this, he answered. In answer, Katsuki grabbed Izuku's shoulders and slammed him against the wall to better glare at him. Now what? The young Spider-Man asked with a tense voice. To his shock, the blonde answered by dropping him and hugging him as tight as he could and burying his face in Izuku's neck. Kaken? The young man asked, dumbfounded. Sniffle. Ooh. He could not understand what was happening. He just knew that his former friend, now bully, was hugging him with the same strength of a hydraulic press and was for some reason sniffling and shivering violently. Friday, I suggest hugging him back, Sir Izu, the AI suggested on a written prompt on his helmet visor. Getting the hint? Izuku recalled the armor and hugged him just as tightly, something that caused his shivers to increase in severity. Why it took you so long to wake up? Katsuki demanded. I am sorry, Kaken. Izuku answered. Dimon right you should be. I'll be more careful next time. That's so you still want to be a hero? He asked, face still hidden in Izuku's neck. Yes. God damn it. I am sorry. But once accepted becoming a Spider-Man, I became a Spider-Man. There is no turning back. I have those powers and I intend to become a hero and use them to help people. So you want to challenge me for the spot as #1 hero? No, Kaken. I want to help people. If I then become #2, number 16 or number 1200 on whatever scoreboard is out there, I don't care. I am not here for that. Izuku answered, burying his face in Katsuki's hair and preparing for the inevitable outburst. Promise. Promise you won't try to steal my spot at the top. I promise. But do you trust me enough to believe I will maintain the promise? I did not hear that, Kaken. I said yes. Thank you. Izuku answered, smiling grateful. So you are staying? Yeah. Fine, but if you tell anybody what happened here I will end you. Katsuki hissed while interrupting the hug and stepping back a little. Okay, Kaken, my lips are sealed, Izuku answered, somehow smiling amused. Good. The other answered while walking towards the bathroom door. Also, the blonde muttered once opened the door. Yes. That I am sorry for acting like a piece of shit when we were in middle school. He blurted out at high speed before pretty much running away. He apologized? For everything? Izuku muttered, shocked. I have recorded it fully, Sir Izuku. Speech patterns and tone inflection seems to show he was not lying. He may be honestly sorry about your past interactions. Friday answered. How? He came to visit you at his mother's insistence to see you. I have an extract of his visit. The AI answered, replaying an audio file dated back to Izuku's PRD of coma. Wake up. Wake up, goddammit. I am sorry, okay? You win. I was a piece of shit. Now wake up. Stop screaming, you moron. And stop shaking him. The file stopped after Mitsuki's own angry scream as she apparently barged into the room as soon as Bakugo started screaming, if the noise in the background similar to his bedroom door slamming open was any indication. Was he really that sad? But I thought he hated me. Traumatic events can help us understand what is really important and what isn't to us. There is a chance that while he wants to become hero #1, he may not be against you being second place. So there is a chance we can rebuild our friendship? It may require a lot of work, Sir Izuku. But it's feasible? I can answer with a 28% chance of success. I like these odds. Izuku answered with a happy smile. Glad to hear that, Sir Izuku. I now suggest going back to class. This bathroom break cannot run too long and you should not be late to classes. You are right, the young Spider-Man answered, hurrying out. The next day, road, bus. The trip towards their mysterious destination was quite uneventful, exception made for Katsuki getting overly angry at Kirishima for beating him at Battleship, Koji falling asleep and deafening half the bus with the resulting thundering snoring, and Tenya showing his being nervous about not knowing where they were going by overanalyzing and arguing about everything about the trip itself and even the bus. Tenya-san, everything is alright, we are going on a trip organized by UA itself. Principal Nizu felt the need to keep everything under wraps for our safety. I believe we can trust our school to follow every rule to make sure we go there and get back safely. Okakitride sang with an encouraging smile. I am just saying that such an open layout is not the best in case of incidents or villain attack. Our movements may be too restricted. And what about the windows? Are we sure they will break properly if we need to evacuate this infernal contraption? The young man answered. Let him vent a little, he will calm down soon. Kyokujiro offered while shaking her head. Meanwhile, so the other pros forgave you? Mina, sitting right next to Izuku, asked. Most of them, many still don't like my showing off, as they called it. Izuku answered, sighing. Bah, bunch of prima donnas, you were helping people, nothing more. The girl answered, scoffing. Thank you, the boy said with a touched expression. Yeah, don't worry. This is what friends are for. Mina answered, shamelessly sneaking an arm around his shoulders to give him a tight one-arm hug that made his face turn cherry red in embarrassment. Thanks, he stammered. You can count on us, just as we know we can count on you. Ochako added while sitting at his other side. What about Tenya-chan, Ochako? Mina asked with her eyes getting half-lidded in annoyance. Toru was happy to take my place, the other girl answered, huffing. Blah blah blah. The distance between the tires. Blah blah blah. There is clear list of cases where this kind of oversight caused incidents. Blah blah blah. I am just saying that giving us just few details about this trip would make it easier to maintain higher standards of security. Blah blah blah. Tenya in the meantime kept ranting on and on non-stop. Help me, Toru said with a whine, and the others could actually see the giant stream of tears escaping the girl's eyes. Are we afraid of competition, Ochako-chan? Mina asked with a devious smile. Competition? Izuku asked, confused. There is no competition here, Mina-chan. Ochako answered, gasping. Oh really? Mina asked, eyes narrowing dangerously. Really? The other answered just as hotly. What is happening? Izuku asked again, confused beyond belief at the intense air of anger flowing between the two girls. Okay kids, I was told we are near our destination, so I can finally tell you where we are going. Aizawa chose that moment to address the kids, attracting on himself their unanimous attention. As you have clearly noticed, we were not forthcoming about where we are going, and I feel like a tiny bit of an apology is needed. That it's all Nizu's fault. I had nothing to do with this, so blame him and him alone, the teacher said. Way to push the blame, the driver muttered, chuckling. Quiet you. Aizawa snapped back at the guy before returning to look at the students. We are just now about to visit the U.S.J building. And oh, not the Universal Studio Japan, there is always somebody mistaking the two every year, so I will shut down the question immediately. He then said, making Mina develop a sad expression at the acronym being not what she hoped for. She whined. It's okay, Mina-san, we'll see if there is an option to go there by ourselves. Izuku answered, gently patting her hand. Okay, but I want you to call me Mina-chan instead, you are being too formal, the girl replied, still pouting. That's a bit too much for me still. Shameless. Chucko gasped, shocked. Oh, bite me. By the way, Aizawa said with a slightly higher voice, thus regaining the class attention. What we'll be visiting today is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, the biggest center for simulated emergency situations of Japan, the teacher explained, gaining several loud exclamations of awe, except from one student. Your armor hacked our mainframes again, Midoriya? He asked with an annoyed sigh. No, sensei. Izuku answered with a meek tone and ignoring the various curious looks leveled at him from his classmates. Who told you? Aizawa asked with a deadpan tone. Lady, the green-haired boy answered, once properly reminded by Friday that in that case there was no shame in throwing somebody else under the bus for such a minor thing. Of course that tattletale spoiled the surprise. God forbid somebody can pull one on her little brother. Aizawa answered, scoffing. You two are related? Mineta yelled. No. We are close enough, she just lets me work with her sometimes, and she lets me hide in her cleavage to avoid villain attacks. Once sent a stealthy wink to the girls of the class, to avoid making of himself their sworn nemesis, Izuku answered with a straight face with that absurd lie. Leash, the short kid and various other boys gasped in horror in answer. Is it true you mistakenly gave a bite to one of her nips too? Jiro asked, showing a more sadistic side, and probably annoyed by Kaminari being between the jealous boys. It happened only once by mistake. And I apologized. Izuku answered, and keeping the lie ongoing with a titanic effort due to the scene the girl added. She said it left a mark. Midoriya, your teeth are sharp. Aizawa, he too secretly a biggie, added with an amused smirk at the boy's outrage. No. Mineta howled in horror at the mental image. Oh, freaking wonderful. I am a jealous girl, Tin. Now you will have to give a bite to mine too, otherwise I will believe you are cheating on me. Mina said in mock outrage. Mine too. The Chaco, face a blushing mess, added. Juge. Minoru-san. Mizo yelled in shock at seeing the short pervert have a seizure fit while frothing at the mouth. Snap him out, it was just a ruse and we were just having a bit of fun. We have arrived, so help him get back to us and dismount. Aizawa ordered while chuckling and dismounting the bus. Midoriya-kun, playing on Mineta-san overblown energy was a bit too much, Tenya said. But it also was fairly amusing, to my shame. Just don't make a habit out of it, just to not have people argue about it if for nothing else, he admitted. You are right, I am sorry. Izuku muttered. It's okay, no harm done. Tenya offered with a kid smile. No harm done. I lost a third of my lifespan for that. Mineta roared in anger. That means nothing for a shonen manga like ours, so chill the F out. Katsuki answered, snorting in derision. But I am not a main character, the kid whimpered with a sigh. Then you are F-ed, grapehead. Once walked out of the private parking lot of the place, the students found the pro rescue hero 13 standing on the steps in front of the entrance. It's 13. My idol. Ochako was heard scream in utter wonder as soon as the woman neared them. You are late, Shota, the woman said, chuckling. I blame traffic. Was the late addition of our new student a problem? Aizawa answered, shrugging. Not at all. But who between them is he? That one down there with the green hair. Good evening, Therns, Izuku muttered with an uneasy tone. So you are the green spider? The woman asked with a tense tone, and many feared their new friend will get an earful from the pro. Why yes, madam. Sorry about the mall thing, both said at the same time while bowing. Both once again uttered at the same time. No, I am the one that should apologize. I forced my way in while you were working, the boy said. And I am the one that attacked you because I thought you were hurting those civilians. I did not notice your webs strengthening the damaged walls, so to not make them collapse, I just saw you use your webs on the victims. As several of them needed some form of cast for their broken limbs until medics arrived, I had only my webs for that. I saw that, and I appreciated the gesture. I would have liked to recognize that before actually trying to arrest you though. You both were wrong then? Aizawa asked, utterly uninterested. Pretty much. This? Illegally or not, you did help those people and me that time. At least now you are doing things properly. 13 offered while presenting her hand. Even if it was one-sided, it was an honor working alongside you, madam. Izuku answered while shaking her hand. Oh, have no fear, you'll have your chance to help me along some other time as a proper hero once done with your studies, she answered. Of course, madam. Hoo-hoo. Let me guess, you want an autograph? I know for certain you asked one to all of us. If it's not a problem. And another for a friend of mine. She really adores you. The boy squeaked. It's fine, don't worry, the pro hero answered, chuckling, and making Ochako squeal loud in happiness. This means nothing. Mina muttered, annoyed. Karo, the rivalry is increasing. Tsuyu muttered, amused. I want to see how far it will go. Kyoka answered, just as amused. I don't know how far it will go, but I know it will be fun to watch. Yuga admitted, chuckling. Sorry for the small divergence, students. Let's get back on track, and let me welcome you to the newly renewed U.S.J. Once mentally returned to the script she prepared, 13 addressed the kids while opening her arms wide and speaking with a proud tone. When the Hero Association first contacted me for suggestions about a lessons program to teach young heroes how to face possible disasters, I was still a young heroine just making a name for herself as a pro-hero specialized in rescue missions, and as any easily excitable young girl with big dreams, I started blathering about this huge project of mine. A specialized establishment solely focused on simulating in a safe environment every possible disaster a hero will sooner or later face. A place where analyzing in detail the hows and hows not of every dangerous situation known to mankind and how to counteract them without putting at risk a single life. And as you can see, the guy in Armani suit I talked with liked the idea enough to give me a hand in developing my project. The rest, as they said, is history. Even if this giant building makes it clear my idea was not that bad, isn't it? She asked with a jovial laugh. Considering your budget rivals our own, I would say yes. Aizawa answered, dryly. Blame the accounting department, not me. Get inside, kids. It's time for you all to be divided into groups and start your training. The woman answered while gesturing for the students to enter. Inside the building entrance hall. That I don't see Toshinori anywhere. Where is he? Once seen the last student enter, Aizawa discreetly pulled 13 aside and asked about the whereabouts of the giant N.1 hero that was supposed to be already there waiting for them. He called me earlier. There is a hostage situation he is helping along with. He is late but should get here soon enough, she answered. Today of all days? The teacher asked with narrowed eyes. I too thought the timing was a bit off, but it's also true villains don't take appointments to be a nuisance. They just do it. We'll keep our eyes open then, Aizawa answered, albeit between gritted teeth. What did Nizu say? To be on high alert just in case. I got it. For now let's pretend everything is normal. Hopefully this will be a fluke and we are worrying over nothing. Or else we'll make sure they will only get out of here on a stretcher, 13 answered with a dark tone. That I can do, Aizawa said with a growl in his voice as well. Good, let's go. Main hall. As soon as the students finally regained some self-control and went corralled into an ordinate group, the pro-hero 13 gently clapped her hands to catch everybody's attention. Look here, please. Good, a last bout of small talk before we begin, the woman said while few helpful guys moved a rather big rock behind her. You are studying to become heroes, meaning that you are willing to be on the front lines whenever something or somebody threatens the lives of the innocents. But being a hero is not only a matter of fighting villains or knowing when to talk with somebody with hostages long enough for you or others to resolve the issue. What you are here to learn today is this, said that the pro-hero turned around and pointed at the rock with a finger, and with a silent command the glove of her costume opened to let her use her quirk, generating a vortex that pulled towards her the boulder and turning it into a fine powder once in range and making it disappear into that same vortex. This is black hole, my quirk, she explained. Simply put, I can generate a black hole that other than pulling everything towards me, it also pulverizes everything getting too close. As some of you may have seen on the news, I use it to clear the way for the emergency units and help people escape if they are trapped, among other things. It works on rubble, fire, water, steel, and humans. 13 said, and as she expected, she watched several members of the class squirm a little in discomfort. Yes, as you can imagine, should a human be caught in my quirk it won't be a nice spectacle. On the contrary, it will probably be a very messy death, if not agonizingly painful, for whatever short instant before disintegration. Ugh! Toru was heard groan in the background. I am sorry for the morbid scenes I am presenting you, but this is one of the main reasons why you are here actually, to learn how to use your quirks in a way that helps others instead of hurting them, because that is what villains, sadly, exist for instead. One of you can generate acid, am I right? Me, Mississippi, Mina said while lifting her hand. Yours is an amazing gift. You would ideally be able to melt even a steel block trapping somebody. Or miscalculate and melt the block and the guys under it. Eek! The girl shrieked and shook her head wildly. I am sure you have no intentions to do it on purpose, don't worry. I am here today to teach you all how to keep your cool in dangerous situations and how to fine-tune your quirks so to not overstep. What you will learn today will help you find the fine line between helping somebody and hurting them. The students answered to that with a small, polite applause that had the pro-hero give a youthful laugh of embarrassment. Good. Now, the thing is simple. You will be divided into groups. Each group will go in a different area, and once done with the current exercise you will switch with another group so that everybody will have a chance to dash. Aizawa's words died in his throat mid-explanation when the lights went out and a big portal of purple smoke opened at the opposite side of the room. Danger! Something is trying to attack the suit through a jamming attack. Activating countermeasures. Friday alerted with a blaring alarm echoing from Izuku's watch while the AI covered him in the spider armor by itself, something that surprised the students closer to him. Midoriya? Aizawa whispered. Yes, the young man answered, calming down slightly once Friday reassured him the armor worked as intended with no trouble. Are we under attack? Since they have somebody with a jamming quirk deactivating every alarm. And can that AI of yours reactivate the alarm system? I can try rebooting enough of the system to send the silent alarm and reactivate the security cameras. Anything else may alert the villains. Everything is back online. This if the quirk that caused this jamming attack is not a passive power but needs constant and willing output from its holder. The AI answered with a low volume itself from the armor's helmet speakers. In the meantime, a humanoid being wearing an elegant suit and a body seemingly made of black mist and only two soulless yellow eyes on his featureless face exited the portal accompanied by a blonde girl with hair tied into messy buns. A young man with a costume consisting of several severed hands grabbing onto his body, a guy with ruined, leathery skin and a monster of muscles that growled at everything. Please do, I fear we'll need all the help we can get. And try to contact Toshinori directly, and tell him to hurry up. Aizawa hissed. Understood. I have already alerted All Might and added a small video of what is happening. Time before total reboot of the requested systems. 5 minutes. Friday declared before falling silent. Thank God we have alien technology, Aizawa muttered with a small relieved sigh. Is this part of the tour? Denki asked, hopeful, even if it was clear he and the others already knew the answer. Unfortunately, it isn't. Stay close and watch your back. 13 answered with a tense tone while she and Aizawa moved in front of the kids in a protective manner. How did they get in here? Mizo asked. A warp quirk? Aren't they obscenely rare? Izuku answered. They are. And those are also complicated to use without proper coordinates telling the user where to go. Aizawa answered. Not just coordinates. That thing has brought them here and away from us. That villain probably actually entered here at least once. We have a mole in the U.S.J too. 13 growled in blind fury. We were lucky they felt not ballsy enough to attack UA directly then. Aizawa answered with a grunt. This is not good. It seems like we miss somebody. Where is dear All Might? He is our guest of honor, after all, the villain with the smoke body asked, talking with an amiable, almost friendly tone. Blocked in the traffic, 13 answered in bitter sarcasm. Very funny, the guy with leathery skin said with a frown while lighting up his left hand in blue flames, something that made Shoto's eyes narrow into thin slits. I say we start all the same. I am sure that once killed a few of them, All Might will hurry up and join us, the only girl of the group added with a deranged, way too wide smile. May as well do that. Even just to justify the hassle of taking those NPCs with us. The guy covered in hands answered, sneering annoyed, then his eyes landed on Izuku, and the sight of his armor made the villain's smile grow few inches. There are a couple guys that are particularly eager to have another shot at you too, Spider Hero. I thought you could join us, but then you had to disappoint me by becoming another one of them. Well, nobody is perfect. He then said while scratching his already ruined skin until he left angry red marks on his neck. Can we do this another day? I was supposed to study today, Izuku answered, by now quipping on autopilot whenever he wore his armor. No can do, Spidey-chan. We want to see you bleed just like everybody else, the girl replied, giggling. I guess then that we will need to start without our dear number one. It can't be helped, Kurojiri, the man made of black smoke, declared with a condescending tone, before nailing the kids with a piercing gaze of his yellow eyes. Dear children, we are the League of Villains. You all are here today as our guests and witnesses. You will be the first to see the so-called symbol of peace die in our crusade for a new world. Unfortunately, this was the plan. Had All Might been here already, now you all will be the first to die, then All Might will follow once properly. Broken by the knowledge that your deaths happened because he was late. My apologies. He then said with an amused, cruel tone, clearly not sorry at all. Try it, you a-hole. Katsuki roared in anger, trying to assault the guy by himself before Aizawa's hand on his shoulder miraculously stopped him. Oh, so feisty. Shigaraki answered, amused. Sir Izuku. The plating around the villain's neck is metallic in origin. There is a 98% chance that its purpose is defending his weak spot. Friday suggested quietly. Yeah, I thought the same. The young teen answered. I say they are ready to go, Kurojiri. Let's start. Shigaraki ordered with an extremely excited tone, almost salivating. With pleasure. Let the game begin. Kurojiri answered, just as ecstatic as the smoke of his quirk surrounded the group of students. Katsuki well summarized everybody's feelings as every one of them felt the ground disappear from under them in a small fall. Water rescue area, with Izuku. The feeling of falling lasted only an instant for Izuku before his instinct sprang in action once seen Tsuyu and Ojiro falling with him. Tuwip, tuwip, tuwip. Ah! The tailed young man grunted in surprise at the feeling of the web-made improvised safety net stopping his fall. Everybody okay? Izuku asked immediately as soon as he landed on his feet. Yes, even if I don't really like being in a giant spiderweb, that I blame my toad quirk. Tsuyu answered and gratefully accepting his help to descend from the thing. I won't eat you, there is a girl I like already and I won't have a chance with her if she hears that I go around eating people. How can you quip in a situation like this? Ojiro asked. It's a coping mechanism. I try to turn fear into excitement. So I quip to not think about how scared I am. Izuku admitted with a shaken breath. So when you were hunted down by those pros? Tsuyu asked. I was always scared out of my mind, that is why I joked around that much when more than one tried to get me, he said with a mirthless chuckle. It's okay, you are not fighting alone anymore. Let's understand where we are and what we are faced with, so we can work together to get out. Ojiro answered, smiling gently while giving Izuku's shoulder a friendly pat. Current location, Sector 7, Water Rescue Area. Careful, villain known as Megalodon is circling the water around the fake shipwreck while 5 villains are patrolling the shores. Friday answered from Izuku's wrist. I need one of those, Karo. Tsuyu answered, impressed. And Megalodon? Izuku said with a shriek. You met him already? Mashireo asked. Green spider. Today I will finally kill you. The man-shark roared in maddening rage while jumping out of the water long enough to glare at him before returning deep underwater to circle them. Yep, he and Iken already met. The frog girl uttered with a deadpan. Iken. We are about to either die or fight for our lives together. Formalities are useless now, Karo. Armerson, who else is out there? We need all the information you can give us, please. Mashireo asked. My designation is Friday. I am accessing the police force and hero mainframe to retrieve the information needed, the AI answered. Isn't that illegal? Yes, but Friday calls it Stark Protocol. Izuku answered, sighing. Which means, basically, screw the rules, I am Tony Stark. That's the guy that created this suit. Charming, the tailed teen answered, dryly. Yep. I gathered information. The villains known as Bull Rush Rodeo, Octogangsta, Whiplash, Steamroid and Dustbite are currently waiting on the shore. Friday declared. Those two are here too? Izuku yelled in horror. Yes, Sir Izuku. It appears that Toshiro Sagakuchi, Octogangsta, and Xavier Johnson, Bull Rush Rodeo, have found in you a common enemy and decided to join forces. Chances that this partnership will be everlasting based on psychological profiling, 99%. The AI said. Beside one being a minotaur and the other having multiple arms, what about the others? Tsuyu asked. Steamroid Quirk, full throttle punch. On the back of the elbow she possesses exhausts similar to the one found on the legs of the pro-hero Ingenium and your classmate Tenya Ida. She can use those exhausts to expel high-temperature air and strengthen her punches up to Mach 3 speed. Whiplash Quirk, elastic arms. Muscles and bones of the arms can stretch like rubber up to 4 times normal length he uses to hit targets with whipping attacks. He normally is armed with a pair of knives, even if now armed with knuckle dusters, caution is advised. No cases of abnormal strength exceeding a man his body build has been recorded. Dust Bite Quirk, Iron Bite. Teeth are made of iron contrary to normal human teeth, enabling her to bite into concrete with no issues. It's suggested to focus attacks on the area of the head where the connection of the lower jaw and the skull is located, as the file indicates it as her weak point. Friday listed. Caro, I am open to ignore the hacking. This info will help us a lot. How are we going to tackle this? Tsuyu asked. I will take on Octo and Bull Rush. I think they were the ones those psychos said wanted another shot at me. Beside the shark. Beside the shark, yes. I will face Dustbite then. I should be able to disable her jaw safely enough. Ojiro offered while taking a shuddering breath. Be careful, Izuku begged him. Don't worry, I have no intention to become her snack, he answered with a thumbs up. Caro, I will take on Whiplash then. He is not stronger than a normal man his build, so between agility and my tongue I should be able to knock him out. Tsuyu answered. Be careful. I will. Don't worry. May I suggest to also spit your mucus in his eyes? The sting will help distract him thanks to his severe omidophobia. Ami what? Fear of eyes and anything getting into them. Izuku answered. He is cripplingly afraid of going blind, Miss Tsuyu, the AI said. How do you know I can spit mucus? Tsuyu asked, curious. Did your armor hacked information about us and UA too, Izuku? Ojiro asked. No, he answered. Yes. Friday answered at the same time. You know what? Whatever. Caro. Let's focus on fighting our way out of here. The only remaining one would be the girl with engine punches. Izuku will be too worried by facing 2 already. Can you help me with her, Tsuyu-san? Ojiro said, sighing. I'll do my best, Caro. Try to clog or at least block her arm's exhausts, just like Ida-san. That may be the key to defeat her. Izuku answered. Thank you. So, how do we do this? Tsuyu asked. Megalodon hates me, so hopefully if we pass over the water he will focus on me. Pass over the water? Mashireo asked with an expression of dread. I can lift between 15 to 20 tons that I will throw you both at the shore and then follow you by web swinging. But that shark man will try to leap out to snatch us midair. Ojiro answered. Exactly, in the air he will be vulnerable. I know how to disable him long enough for us to the shore and fight our way back to the others. We don't need to defeat them, only to regroup. Izuku answered. And the others? Already fighting, they too are moving back towards the entrance. Friday answered. But it's a dangerous plan. I trust him. Tsuyu said. Tsuyu-sa. Tsuyu-tan. Izuku said with a sheepish smile. Better. Thank you for trusting me. Sighed. Very well, let's go then. Standing here won't help. Ojiro conceded. The armor will increase the throwing power. Be careful and mind the landing, the AI added. Thanks. So. On 3 jump on my hands, I'll do the rest. Izuku said. You already tried this? The tailed boy asked with a raised eyebrow. Not me personally, but who trained me as a Spider-Man. Peter explained me the mechanics. You will need to jump together, otherwise we risk leaving Tsuyu alone too long on the shore with them. On 3 we will jump. You ready, Tsuyu-san? Masojiro Hiro asked. Tsuyu-tan. Now is not the moment. Let me joke or I will remember there are pro-villains waiting for us not too far away, she countered. Right, sorry. On the shore. The group of villains the League took along was eagerly looking at the shipwreck in great anticipation. The brat's in there. Ooh boy. I can't wait to wrangle his neck with my 2 hands. Bulrush said while eagerly stomping down with his bovine foot. Leave something for me too, man. I too have a score to settle. The guy with extra arms and giant head added. Don't worry, buddy. We both will have a shot. Then I will teach you how to be a proper American gangster. You still look too much of a cliché. Screw you, man. Better. The brats are planning something, Steamroid said with narrowed eyes, and her arms gave a subtle revving-like noise with 2 thin streams of steam escaping the exhausts in her arms. Keep warming up, sister. If they escape the shark freak, we'll be here waiting. Dustbite answered while snapping her sharp and jagged metal teeth. Boy, what the hell is he doing? Whiplash yelled once seen Izuku lift both teens, and then throw them at the villains at high speed. Flash, you are mine, brat. Megalodon roared in triumph as he exploded out of the water towards the flying Tsuyu and Ojiro. T-whip. Flash. As the villain jumped out of the water, a bullet of webs went shot from Izuku's right wrist launcher so to block the Sharkman's mouth with a thick mask of webs, and at the same time, the thin string from the young Spider-Man's left launcher connected with the villain's chest. Come here! Izuku yelled as he managed to pull the super-heavy villain towards him. Instead of waiting for him though, the young teen ignored the flying villain and instead used both arms to cover him in webbing and then connect himself to the shipwreck with 2 strings he then used as a slingshot to propel himself forward. While this happened, Tsuyu and Mashireo had already landed and attacked their chosen targets while Megalodon had instead crash-landed headfirst inside the shipwreck to remain glued there thanks to the extra webs he had been covered with. With the villains, come help you morons! Whiplash yelled while desperately trying to catch Tsuyu with his whipping attacks while the girl hopped around him in random patterns. I am not here for the league, I have a score to settle with that boy. He turned me into a joke by defeating me and he will pay. Bulrush answered, searching for Izuku with bloodshot eyes while ignoring everything else. Here he comes. Octogangsta answered with a smile of insane glee as they saw Izuku too come flying towards them. Octi! Rushi! You missed me? Izuku said with a cheerful, high-pitched voice as he landed near them. Following his explanation. Going with how he's talking, he is very close at psing himself. Good to know I am not the only one. Both Ojiro and Tsuyu unknowingly thought at the same time. Come here! Octogangsta yelled while wildly emptying the entire clips of the 8 guns in his hands towards the young Spider-Man. Devil Bull charge! Proudly displaying the new horns the League of Villains somehow helped him regrow, Bull Rush Rodeo charged forward and actually opened a crater in a near wall when Izuku managed to slip past him. Rayef! Stop running, coward! The woman with engine punches roared while pushing herself forward thanks to her arm's exhausts. Only if you stop chasing me, Karo. Tsuyu answered by bouncing from a wall to avoid her at the last second, and getting pleased by the wet crunching sound of the villain's fist breaking against the wall. The woman bellowed while clutching the bloody mess that used to be her right hand. Armored gloves or not, you should not punch a wall at super speed, the frog girl said with a smirk, now focusing on Whiplash. Come here, Froggy, the young man said while giving a wide swipe with his elongating arm. While this happened, Ojiro kept focusing on the villain with metal teeth, and by the few bruises and missing pieces from his clothes, the number of close calls were more than he had anticipated. It's nice to see a fellow black belt. Let's see who's best. Your own style or my Brazilian jiu-jitsu, she declared while giving a loud, metallic snap of her teeth. And here I thought you were just good at biting, Ojiro answered while retaking his initial stance. Nope. Had a shot at going pro and even Olympic Games. Unfortunately, one of my sparring partners died when I snapped their neck by mistake. A thing led to another and now I am called a serial killer because I did the same to other 7 people. Life's curious, the woman answered with a deranged smirk. Why did you do it? He asked, appalled. But because I take fights seriously. It's not my fault if those men and women were too scared of going all out. Now come at me, tailboy. I want to cover you in hickeys, the villain yelled while assaulting Ojiro. Avoiding her grabbing attempt, the young teen grabbed the front of her clothes and with the help of his tail, launched her away from. The landing was as harsh as he could make it, But other than being a bit disoriented, Dustbite clearly knew how to fall as well since she immediately returned to her feet to attack him again. Y.J.W. Luckily the new attack went forcefully interrupted by Izuku doing his best to not be buckled off from Bull Rush back. It won't work this time. Devil Bull Charge, Mad Rodeo. Having studied how actual bulls tried to shove off their riders, the villain moved on all four and started moving wildly and jump against the wall with his back to squash the kid behind him. I seriously hope we'll get bonus credits from this. Izuku shrieked in answer as he jumped of the man, and with both villains chasing him, the young Spider-Man rapidly ran away. I'll be honestly said if we don't. Ojiro admitted with a frown. Karo, I demand at least a gold star if we survive this. Tsuyu added while barely dodging the dual swipe of knife whiplash sent her way and almost beheaded her. It looked like Izuku's coping mechanism will soon spread to the whole class after this mess of a school trip.